Hello and welcome back to Real Seekers. I'm your host, Dale the Real Seeker. This is just a updated introduction to a show I previously recorded, but this is my Shroud summary, panel review summary show, part 2B, covering the Shroud's history from 30 AD to 500 AD. So looking at the ancient history and the three different hypotheses to explain the data that we have from that period, looking at the image of Edessa theory that utilizes the Abgar Legend, also the image of God Incarnate hypothesis of Jack Markwardt, and then the Shroud skeptics hypothesis that the Shroud just didn't exist, and any textual mentions are just talking about something else. So I just wanted to announce that I made my show about 3.5 hours worth of content, but there were some updates or corrections that I needed to do. For example, Jack Markwardt got in touch with me and he was kind enough to actually send me his book for free, which I didn't have at the time. I was using some of his older writings, and because of that, there were some issues that I learned needed corrections. I'll do those as an addendum at the end of the show when I'm doing my final assessment, so you'll get that. But yeah, pretty much I was about 90% correct in terms of the image of God incarnate, but there were a few minor issues. So, for example, I would call it the image of Kamaliana or the image of God incarnate hypothesis. Now, this is the only thing where I made a big error because when I outline or summarize his theory, hold on, let me just bring that slide up here so you can see. When I was summarizing Jack Markwardt's theory, I misunderstood something. Okay, bringing it up. And okay. So here's Jack's hypothesis summarized. So here's the only major mistake I made. So I misread. I thought that in 540 AD, again, this is in the 6th century. It's after our relevant period anyways for this episode, but it would be relevant in the next episode, and I just want to correct it for you guys. But Jack said, no, in 540, it wasn't moved to the village of Kamaliana in Turkey. It was moved to Constantinople. And this bit about 574, this was where it went on a tour and stuff. So I totally misunderstood that. This theory is just simple. In 540, it was moved to Constantinople. And then in the next episode, I'll talk about, well, what happened in 574? Why did it become known as the image of Kamaliana, and where did that legend come from? I'll explain and work out the kinks in the next episode, not this episode, but just be aware that Jack's theory here, this is the only major thing that needed revision, is in 540, it was moved from the Shroud was moved from Antioch to Constantinople. Okay, so just wanted to correct that. But yeah, and as for the other, there are a few minor corrections, a few updates. Again, I'll save that until after the pre-recorded stuff, or I'll edit stuff in to the video for you guys take. Now, yeah, that's it. Okay. All right, so enjoy the show. Here's the starting off with the old recording, and I'll do updates as we go. Hello, and welcome back to Real Seekers. I'm your host, Dale the Real Seeker, and I'm continuing on with my Shroud panel review summary shows, which are solo shows, just lectures by me. If you remember last time in part 2 panel review summary show part 2A, I covered the medieval history of the Shroud from the years 1204 to 1355 or 1356. And I looked at a few different, about 3 of the 16 or 17 or so historical hypotheses on the Pro-Shroud side meant to cover that period and where the Shroud was. And versus, so I did 3 of those Pro-Shroud ones versus the Shroud skeptical hypothesis from the Hugh Ferry, the Quem Quertas hypothesis. And on that basis, I compared and contrasted them, showed you guys or illustrated how one might go about constructing an abductive argument to make an inference to the best explanation and say, well, the Pro-Shroud side, the one I went for was Jack Markwardt's simony theory. That's a better explanation. That is the best explanation relative the best of the Shroud skeptics with the Quem Queritas ceremony hypothesis. And I want to do something similar with my panel review summary show part 2B, but this time I'm going to be covering the pre-medieval period. So everything from the Jesus in 30 AD, the Shroud wrapping him, all the way up to the 1204 period. And that's what we're going to be looking at today. And let me just bring up my slides for you guys. So when we're looking at this period, all right, bring that up. All right, from current slide. Perfect. So it's important to note that there are two major pro-Shroud historical hypotheses. So these hypotheses are both made on the traditions in the Byzantine Empire about the images, quote unquote, not made with human hands. So the first is the infamous or famous image of Edessa, otherwise known as the Mandylion theory in Constantinople. This is by far the most popular pro-Shroud theory. It started in 1978 with Ian Wilson, and most people go with it today on the pro-Shroud side. But there's an alternative here, and it's known as the image of God incarnate, otherwise known as the image of Camoliana. And this was proposed first and formally in 2014 by Jack Markwardt. So we're going to assess these two things to see which of them is the best explanation or a better explanation relative to the other. But after we do that, we also have to compare the best pro-Shroud historical explanation to the Shroud skeptics historical hypothesis. And there's only one, so it's real easy to do this compare and contrast analysis. But it basically just says, look, the Shroud of Turin was created in the medieval period, 1290s to 1350s, and it didn't exist before then. So all of these texts or historical mentions of shrouds or imaged cloths or whatever it is, image of God incarnate or image of Edessa, whatever you want to say, these are talking about something else. They're not talking about the Shroud of Turin or its images. They're talking about something else. So that, in a nutshell, is what the Shroud skeptic is going to come up with as their historical hypothesis. And it's a very unspecific or unspecified one for the most part. For the most part, Shroud skeptics don't want to get into the weeds. They don't want to have to take on a burden of proof and say, oh, well, when they're talking about the image of Edessa, they're talking about this thing, or the image of God incarnate, that's talking about this, and I can prove that it's not the Shroud of Turin and stuff like that. So you really have to look hard, and reducing it down to the main kernel that will cover everything is just the Shroud skeptics. Look, they deny that all the texts and mentions throughout history from 30 AD to 1204 have anything to do with the Shroud of Turin specifically. That is the most robust and defensible Shroud skeptical hypothesis. We're going to see if the pro-Shroud hypotheses are better explanations compared to the best robust Shroud skeptical historical hypothesis. Now, in terms of my assessment methodology, as we saw last time with the medieval hypotheses, the period of 1204 to 1355, I don't think it's possible to directly prove on the basis of these texts and mentions of shrouds and imaged cloths and whatnot. We can't directly prove a link between the text, what the text talking about, and the Shroud of Turin's images, at least not with the text in isolation or alone. You may be able to do so with subsequent or supplemental arguments or evidences and stuff like that. That's a different question. In this episode, I'm looking strictly at the historical texts and mentions and or perhaps manuscripts depicting the Shroud as described in historical texts. So yeah, that's going to be independent of things like the Hungarian Prayer Codex, which we treated in a different show, or evidence from the Sudarium of Oviedo, or any of these other types of evidences that link the Shroud of Turin directly to a pre-medieval history. This is strictly on historical texts or illuminated manuscripts directly depicting what's in the historical texts or mentions of certain imaged cloths, image of Edessa or the image of God incarnate. So because of this, because we can't directly prove a link to the Shroud of Turin's images through the texts alone, I think we have to make an abductive argument or an inference to the best explanation. And that's really the way to compare and contrast. And to do that, I'm going to be assessing each of the theories in terms of the best explanation inference criteria. We'll see what those are in a second. I'm going to assign my own subjective probabilities in terms of each hypothesis fulfilling those criteria. And then we will put that together in the odds form of Bayes' theorem, which will give us a ratio of which theory is more likely to be true or favored than the other. And you can see here, just to remind you, the best explanation inference criteria, there's plausibility. So that's the prior probability factor. That's this factor right here in Bayes' theorem. And it's talking about, look, how probable is the image of Edessa theory intrinsically, given our background knowledge, or the Shroud skeptics hypothesis. And explanatory scope and power. Sorry, yawning there. So explanatory scope is a quantitative criterion. It looks at, okay, how many of the facts or data or relevant considerations does a hypothesis explain? Does it explain everything minus a couple factors? Okay, where another hypothesis might explain all of them and not leave any of the evidences out in terms of its explanation. That one would be favored. The latter would be favored. Explanatory power is a qualitative criterion. How well does a hypothesis fit the evidence or data? Does it explain the data well, or does it only do so with some vagaries or ambiguities? Does it not fit the evidence at all? Does it just totally fail to explain it? And then finally, we have less ad hoc or simplicity. So that's basically the simpler hypothesis is to be preferred, the one that employs the least amount of non-evidenced assumptions is the better hypothesis. And this is the least significant of the best explanation inference criteria. Typically, I employ this merely as a tiebreaker. So if two or more hypotheses are tied on the other three criteria, then we may break the tie by looking at, well, which of them is the least ad hoc? And here's the odds form of Bayes' theorem that we'll be using to compare and contrast each hypothesis. So this one has two here. You get the ratio. So, okay, the probability of the image of Edessa theory given the evidence equals the explanatory power, scope, and simplicity, right? So what's the probability that we would have the evidence we have from the period 30 to 1204 AD, given that the image of Edessa theory is assumed to be true, times the prior probability or plausibility of the image of Edessa theory, divided by, let's compare it to the Shroud skeptics hypothesis as hypothesis 2, or maybe what we're going to be doing right away, the other Pro-Shroud one, the image of God incarnate hypothesis given the evidence, equals, again, the explanatory power, scope, and simplicity. What's the probability that we would have the evidence we have given the image of God incarnate hypothesis is true, times what's the plausibility or prior probability, the intrinsic probability that the image of God incarnate hypothesis is true given our background knowledge. And then you plug those numbers, whatever those subjective probability values are, into the formula, and it will give you a ratio of, okay, is the image of Edessa to be favored? Is it 2 to 1, or is it 1 to 2? Which one do I favor? So that's how our methodology is going to work. So let's get into what, in a nutshell, the two Pro-Shroud hypotheses are to start. And once we figure out which of the two Pro-Shroud hypotheses is best, then we will use that to compare to the Shroud skeptics only hypothesis, because they only have one in the reduced, robust form that we're arguing here. Okay, so the first of the Pro-Shroud thing is the image of Edessa or the Mandylion. The image of Edessa or Mandylion historical hypothesis. And this was invented by Ian Wilson in 1978. And he basically postulated that in the first century, the shroud was folded up and framed into the legendary face or portrait of Jesus. And then it was taken to Edessa by Jesus' disciple, Adai, or in Greek, Thaddeus. This is consistent with what's known as the King Abgar legend. We'll find out more about that later. And essentially this cloth, shroud cloth with images and a portrait folded to show the portrait of Jesus' face, at some point very soon afterwards became hidden and lost. It was hidden in a wall under the Edessan city gate and lost for 500 years, totally forgotten about. And it was only rediscovered later in the 6th century, 500s AD, between 525 and 540 AD, sometime between then, around then, because there was a natural disaster that destroyed the city and the wall. And as they rebuilt the city's walls, they rediscovered the Shroud of Turin, the portrait of Jesus, and this became deployed in 544 as a palladium during a Persian siege by King Khosrow I, who was trying to take over the city. He was assassinated Persian emperor, and that saved them from this Persian pagan threat. And because of that, this cloth that was rediscovered became venerated, and for the next 5 centuries, it became known as the historical famous icon known as the image of Edessa. In 944 AD, it was then confiscated by the Byzantine army and taken to Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire, and that's where it became known under the guise of the Mandylion cloth. Finally, it was unfolded in the 12th century and exhibited in full length, again as a palladium, against the Fourth Crusade between 1203 to 1204. So that's, in a nutshell, the image of Edessa or Mandylion historical hypothesis. So let's turn to this alternative by Jack Markwardt in around 2014 called the image of Kameliana, or the image of God incarnate historical hypothesis. And hang on one second, All right, so continuing on here with the image of Kameliana, or image of God incarnate hypothesis. Like I said, it was made by Jack Markwardt around 2014. The theory postulates that an apostle, Jack thinks it was probably Peter specifically. Other people have other ideas. Stephen Jones, for example, thinks it was the apostle John. But anyways, one of the apostles or family members of Jesus, or probably Peter, during the time kept the Passion relics, including the imaged Shroud of Turin, in Jerusalem until persecutions came up. And it's open as to what persecutions. It's sometime as late as 70 AD with the Roman Jewish persecution, or before that, during Paul's persecution or during Herod Agrippa's persecution in 42 AD, where he killed James, the son of Zebedee. Anyways, at some point, probably in the 40s AD is when Jack places it. The shroud was taken from Jerusalem by Peter or somebody else, and it was taken on to the city of Antioch, which was the Gentile Christian capital or HQ city, right? That's where Paul and Barnabas were sent out from. It's where the word Christian was invented and used for the first time for Gentile Christians or Gentile believers in the first century. And sometime during the 40s, it was taken to Antioch, and it was probably shown around in certain missionary journeys, such as to the Galatians, as we'll see in a little bit. And additionally, there may have been a second missionary journey late in the 2nd century to King Abgar VIII, before 190 AD, which resulted in King Abgar converting to Christianity, and his entire kingdom of Edessa converted to Christianity. And that resulted in the Abgar legend that we talked about under the image of Edessa theory. Now, from there, the shroud was hidden or kept secret from many persecutors, whether they were pagans, Jews, or iconoclastic Christians. It was always held in Antioch for centuries and known about by the bishop of Antioch. It wasn't made publicly available, wasn't shown, and that sort of thing. But finally, in 362, the pagan emperor Julian attempted to confiscate Antioch's ecclesiastical treasures, and the cloth was hidden above the city's gate of the cherubim for about 175 years, when Antioch's walls fell due to natural disaster, earthquakes and fires, and that was around the 6th century, 525 to 528 AD. And as they rebuilt the city, guess what? They found, quote unquote, a very awesome icon bearing the likeness of our Savior Jesus Christ. And this appeared in the Keration, the city district just adjacent to the Gate of the Cherubim. And it was reported that from that image, a full-bodied, naked Jesus who had removed his tunic and revealed several linen undergarments on it. From there, in 540, it was moved for its protection, again, from that Persian Khosrow I. Remember, he was invading, conquering all the innocent Christian lands as a pagan conqueror in that Khosrow I. And the known bishop of Antioch, Epiphanius, took the Shroud of Turin as well as the other Passion relics and took the Shroud of Turin to the safety of this village near Cappadocia in Turkey, known as Camiliana. And perhaps he hid it in a well, or he just hid it there somewhere. Now, in 574, a year after Persia captured the city of Dara, the Byzantine Emperor Justin II brought to the capital this imaged shroud, and he brought it with him to Constantinople itself. And he also brought with this not made with human hands image, the relic of the true cross. And that was placed in the Hagia Sophia. Essentially in 574, the Emperor Justin brought two relics, the true cross and this not made with human hands image of Jesus, where he was naked, full-bodied, and he was revealed on a linen undergarments, and supposedly may have been found in a well, according to a later myth and legend. Now, there's no record of the image of God incarnate or the image of Camiliana having been installed in a Constantinople church, or it ever having been removed from the imperial palace, at least not prior to the 13th century. So that's around 1203, 1204. That's right when our period ends here. Excepting perhaps the one-time deployment in 626, where it was used as a palladium against the barbarian Avars, who were besieging Constantinople at that time. Like the relic of the true cross, in all likelihood, it was probably reverentially stored in a golden case, and it would have been folded for storage, possibly into the tetradiplon folding pattern that the image of Edessa theory likes to use, and therefore just showing the portrait of Jesus, the face of Jesus. So it's consistent with the image of Edessa, possibly, on that front. Okay, so let's get into an assessment here. And in assessing the image of Edessa versus the Pro-Shroud image of God incarnate theories, I want to break up my assessment into three periods. The first period, which we'll cover in today's show, goes from 30 AD, Jesus' death, resurrection, and ascension, to 500 AD. And then period two will be from 501, the early 6th century, to 1000 AD. This will be a very complicated, probably the most complicated period with the most texts, confusions, mistakes, stuff like that. So this one will be a doozy in the next episode. And period three, if I can include that in the next episode, so be it. But I may need a third episode, and that covers 1001 to 1204 AD. But anyways, period one is what I'm going to be covering today in terms of my assessment. The earliest centuries from 30 to 500 AD. Okay, so in terms of our assessment, the first possible texts to ever mention the Shroud of Turin and its images are, of course, the New Testament, the Bible. That's where, as John Calvin put it, we would expect to see explicit mentions of the shroud and the images, surely, correct? Well, remember, the Abgar legends, according to the Abgar legend, it says that the shroud was taken immediately to Edessa in 30 AD, specifically by the disciple Adai. But yet there are certain biblical texts, according to some pro-shroud proponents, that speak about the shroud on certain missionary journeys. And I think that's more consistent with an Antioch thing, not Edessa. But that said, maybe it was taken on missionary journeys from Edessa during the 1st century, in the 40s AD and beyond, until 70 AD or thereabouts. Anyways, so in terms of does the Bible itself, does the New Testament mention the Shroud of Turin's images, or the shroud images? Well, Larry Stolley is probably the best expert on the Pro-Shroud side for this argument. I've had him on my show, on Panel Review Show Part 5, discussing with world-famous biblical scholar Dr. Ben Witherington III, and where Ben was taking on the Shroud skeptic's role on that particular question, even though he's pro-Shroud overall. And I'm going to be having him on S.J. Thomason's channel to again give his case about these biblical texts next week on November 10th. So enjoy that. But yeah, anyways, so essentially he argues that there's no explicit mentions of the Shroud images, obviously, in the New Testament. We would have found them long before now. But there are implicit or cryptic mentions of the Shroud images, being consistent with the early practice of the discipline of the secret. And we'll find out a little bit more about that in a bit. But here's just a list of some of the New Testament texts, about 7 of them, that Larry Stolley believes reference the Shroud, such as Galatians 3:1, where he was publicly portrayed. Portrayed what? As images on the burial shroud. That's how you would portray him as crucified. Or Matthew 12:38-42, the sign of Jonah. Well, what's the sign of Jonah? Well, Jesus was enveloped for 3 days and nights in his burial shroud, just like in the belly of the earth, Jonah was in the belly of the whale, enveloped by the belly of the whale for 3 days and 3 nights. You have these other mentions of 2 Timothy chapter 4, verse 13. Bring the cloak. What's the cloak? The Shroud of Turin and its images, according to Larry Stolley. So yeah, you can see you have these various texts here that may be cryptic references to the Shroud. Now, I'm kind of skeptical about these, to be honest, myself. And there's really only one that I think is the best potential example, the one that I may be agnostic about, or at the very least, maybe even start to be convinced by. And that's Galatians chapter 3, verse 1. And this is a text that says, "O foolish Galatians, who has bewitched you that you should not obey the truth, before whose eyes Jesus Christ was publicly or clearly portrayed among you as crucified." Now, this is incredible. And I have to be honest and upfront. Look, my bias is almost against any interpretation that wants to say, look, the Galatians was written, 49 AD? So sometime in the late 40s at the latest, the Shroud images has already been formed, body images, and they were being shown to the ancient early Christian communities, at least the Gentile Christians in the surrounding area. Now that's incredible, because I like radiation hypotheses to explain how the Shroud images form. And a lot of times we'll rely on that and say, well, it could have taken decades or even centuries for the Shroud images to become visible to the naked eye. And that's our explanation. Well, why are there no explicit references in the New Testament books, not even up until the 90s AD with the book of Revelation? Well, we come back because the Shroud images weren't there. There were no body images. There was just blood stains. So of course they didn't mention it. If these New Testament references are true, that totally upsets that. No, the body images formed relatively quickly. Within less than 20 years, those body images were visible and being shown to Christians by the late 40s AD at the latest, according to Galatians 3:1. So yeah, if true, this information may have potential scientific implications for what type of mechanisms could be responsible for creating the images, the body images in particular, and how that mechanism was applied. So this is important. This is an important question. And also there's that issue of the ancient discipline of the secret, where we wouldn't expect explicit mention, though we would have at best implicit mentions. So there's some historical aspects with the discipline of the secret, and whether that background knowledge applies to the 1st century or not, or some people argue it's just a Catholic thing dating from the 4th or 5th centuries AD. So there could be implications on that front here. Now, I just want to say I agree fully with Larry and Ben Witherington, by the way, who's a Shroud skeptic with respect to these biblical New Testament texts. He says they don't reference the Shroud, but he agrees with Larry that the majority view in biblical scholarship, whereby they say, well, what Galatians here is talking about is Paul speaking metaphorically about his vivid preaching. He is such an amazing preacher that he gives these guys visions of Jesus being crucified, because none of the Galatians were in Jerusalem. It's clear from the text. If you read more than this, in the Greek, Koine Greek, they were not present, based on the verbs, in Jerusalem to see with their own eyeballs Jesus crucified by Pilate. So they came along after the fact and were converted. But majority of biblical scholars say, well, Paul was such a vivid preacher, they could picture it in their minds. It was so vivid. It was such an incredible preaching. And so it's a metaphorical seeing Jesus being portrayed as crucified. And even Ben Witherington says, look, I used to believe this, but it is complete bunk. No, the prographo, Greek, Koine Greek term there for portrayed, publicly portrayed, means literally seeing with your eyeballs. You are physically seeing something. They didn't know it at the time, but light, they're saying light, bounces off that, comes into my eyeball retinas, and bada boom, bada bing, I see physically, normally, ordinarily, just like I see anything and everything else. I'm not in some subjective vision. I'm not in a hallucination. I'm not in an altered state. This isn't just in my imagination. This is, we've got eyeballs and we're seeing something in front of us, reflecting light into our eyes. That's what this text is literally saying. They literally saw something with their eyes. And I totally agree with that. I think it's conclusive at this point. I don't think it makes sense to deny that at this point. Okay, so if that's the case, how does Ben Witherington explain? If he doesn't think it's the shroud images, what does he think that the Galatians are seeing with their physical eyeballs? Ben Witherington, he makes the argument, and let me just double check. Good, audio's on. So Ben Witherington, he makes the argument that it's talking about Paul's stigmata, his scars, his wounds that he got, that he mentions in Galatians chapter 6, where he was being persecuted. And Paul associates himself with Christ in his crucifixion. It's a metaphorical crucifixion that he's talking about here in Galatians chapter 6 for the identification. Now, Larry Stolley mentions 5 problems in his article that makes this explanation that Ben gives unlikely. And the first 2 are the ones that I find convincing on a balance of probability. So number 1, being crucified with Christ is not the same thing as seeing with your physical eyeballs Christ crucified. So, yeah, that's a difference there. And secondly, it's an overstatement. Look, there's a huge difference between seeing the bodily scars of Paul. What, did he lift up his shirt and show them? That seems unlikely and implausible, but let's say he did that. Look, seeing the bodily scars of Paul and seeing Christ himself crucified, these are totally different things. And even if it's a metaphor, it still doesn't make any sense. And it's still an overstretch. They'd be saying, Paul, it doesn't make any sense to us. You weren't crucified. You don't bear any stigmata of having nails through your wrists or the chest wound that Jesus had or a crown of thorns. You've literally got nothing that Jesus did. You weren't crucified in any way. So you don't have these scars or stigmata that Jesus had. So it doesn't make sense there. So I think those are the 2 things that make it improbable, and why I'm about 60% convinced, 60 to 65, and I'll say 60%, that Ben Witherington's interpretation is wrong, and therefore this is talking about shroud images that they physically saw. Now, Larry provides 3 other reasons that I find less persuasive. So number 3 is that if the image on the Holy Shroud existed at the time, then Paul's statement would have been confusing. They would have said, well, what are you talking about? We know the shroud images are in Jerusalem. We never saw them, and we never saw Jesus. From the Greek grammar, we can tell we never saw Jesus himself crucified in Jerusalem in 30 AD. So what are you talking about? Your scars are not the shroud images. So they would be confused. And I buy this argument itself. Obviously, I believe the shroud is there, but on the basis of the text itself, we can't assume that the shroud images existed at the time. Maybe as per the radiation hypothesis, it took decades or centuries for the images to become visible, at least the body images, to become visible. So maybe they didn't exist at the time that Paul was writing to the Galatians. and or maybe the Shroud skeptics. We can't beg the question in favor of it. So because this argument depends on us saying the Shroud images did in fact exist at this time and the Galatians knew about it, I don't use this as an argument. And the other two I think are weak arguments, where it basically says a literal rendering of the verb should be preferred over a metaphorical one when it comes to the fact that we're talking about Christ being crucified. I don't see why that's the case, especially with Galatians 6. I think Larry needs to prove why we should prefer a literal reading over a metaphorical one, and he doesn't provide any principle on that front that I saw in his paper. Maybe I missed it. Number 5, the Shroud makes possible a literal context for understanding, and on that front, it fulfills the criterion of illumination, because then we understand Galatians 6 as a secondary metaphorical link between Paul's bodily scars and the suffering Christ suffered when he was crucified, because they go, oh, we saw the Shroud images, that proved Christ was crucified, and hey, you've got bloody wounds too, Paul. Hey, you're suffering just like thing. Now we understand the metaphorical link. But without the literal link, we can't understand the metaphorical link. Again, I don't think that's a good argument or that's persuasive. I don't think it works on a balance of probabilities. But here are Larry's 5 reasons for you. Additionally, could it be a portrait or a painting of Jesus? Well, this is an anachronistic interpretation. It makes more sense with the late 2nd century or perhaps the 3rd century, when this kind of thing in paganism was going on with portraits and that sort of thing. It doesn't make sense in a 1st century Jewish context, I don't think. I mean, Paul lugging around being charged with idolatry and stuff like that with the Judaizers and religious Jews being against images of people and worshiping images of Jesus. Who in the 1st century? I mean, Jesus had no majesty or special grace. He was just a typical Jim Bob Jones in the 1st century. Nobody was attracted to him while he was alive. Who would want to paint a picture of Jesus? Why would they even if they heard about miracles and his stuff like that, they wouldn't, as Jews, want a painting or portrait of him. So this just seems like an anachronistic interpretation and is therefore improbable. Now, that said, even if I totally agree, let's say we agree that the Galatians 3:1 is talking about the historical Jesus and his Shroud images. There's no way to connect this to the Shroud of Turin's images that we have today, at least not on the basis of the text alone. Remember, Hugh Ferry brought up, look, it may be totally true that there were supernatural Shroud images mentioned in Galatians 3:1 that were linked to the historical Jesus. And it may also be true that the Shroud of Turin is not linked to the historical Jesus, but they have supernatural images attesting to the historical Jesus's crucifixion and death and resurrection. Remember, Hugh Ferry said, well, maybe there's a medieval supernatural copy out there, or a 6th century supernatural copy out there, or copies of copies, supernatural copies of copies, and stuff like that, because maybe the original Shroud got destroyed or battered. It didn't get preserved through the centuries, so God went poof and created new supernatural Shroud images for us that we have today, or multiple ones, and we have one of them today known as the Shroud of Turin that has these supernatural images, again, attesting to the original that's mentioned in Galatians 3:1. It could be that Galatians 3:1 Shroud is a supernatural copy. Maybe the original was lost in 35 AD, and in the 40s AD, there was another supernatural cause. So this is an equally probable explanation. If we remember my irrelevancy of the dating argument, I don't want to grant Shroud skeptics any ground on this. The premise, the conditional premise, well, if the Shroud didn't belong to Jesus, the historical Jesus, then the images can't be miraculous. That's totally false. And on that front, we have to do more work to provide a direct link. The text itself, even if it does mention supernatural Shroud images, does not directly link it with the Shroud of Turin's supernatural Shroud images. So yeah, more work is done. So perhaps you might add in external circumstantial evidence, like, oh, well, the Shroud of Turin has been studied scientifically sufficiently, and yet we have no explanation for it. Not only that, we can prove the Shroud is consistent with the historical Jesus, or consistent with a 1st century Jewish or Jerusalem provenance. And you might go, well, the fact that Galatians 3:1 is talking about a supernatural Shroud image of belonging to Jesus and these two circumstantial facts regarding the Shroud of Turin, maybe that's enough to prove that there's a link between the two. No, I don't think so. I think that argument fails because of the supernatural copy hypothesis that I think is equally probable. I don't think we can prove there's a direct link. That said, there may be someday additional external evidences that do establish that link, or additional circumstances. So maybe instead of proving it's just consistent with a first century date, maybe we can prove that it's only consistent with a first century or even a second century date or something like that. And in light of that, I do think I can make an argument based on the Sitzum Leben of that era that it would be highly unlikely that it would be anyone other than the historical Jesus. It did belong. And that's an argument I'm going to be making in my next part, my next panel review summary show, part 3, probably. But that's for another time. That's not, I'm not going to consider that argument here. But perhaps you could say, I'm just saying, it may be possible in light of external circumstantial evidence or maybe direct evidence from something else to establish that link between the Galatians 3:1 shroud images, supernatural shroud images, and the Shroud of Turin supernatural shroud images, body images. But at the very least, we know based on the text itself, we can't prove that link. And not even if you add these two external circumstances that I've got here, I still don't even think that's enough to establish this link. And so that's a failure. We can't prove that the Galatians 3:1 is talking about the Shroud of Turin's images, even if I think we can think it's prove on a balance of probabilities, about 60%, I'd say, to 65% at most, given what I know right now and my limitations as a biblical scholar. I'm relying on others to tell me what the Greek words mean and that sort of thing. So I've recognized those limitations, and that's why my confidence or warrant is a lot lower than maybe others like Larry would be. But I think that, we even if I grant it, it's talking about the Shroud of Jesus, and there was miraculous images attesting to him being crucified and even resurrected from the dead. That doesn't prove a link to the Shroud of Turin's supernatural images necessarily, at least not on the text alone. Finally, it's an interesting text. I do believe it proves that there were supernatural shroud images connected to the historical Jesus out there. And it's interesting that only the Shroud of Turin's supernatural images are the only example out there that have been preserved to today or that are around today. Now, secondly, I also agree with Larry about something else. So I showed you the list of all these texts here, right? And in isolation, I don't think any of these texts are able to prove on a balance of probabilities like Galatians 3:1 is that they're talking about shroud images. I just don't find Larry's arguments persuasive, but go and read his papers. I'll be linking to them and decide for yourself. Maybe I'm wrong, because I thought the same about Galatians 3:1, but now having looked into it, I think I might agree with Larry that it's probably is talking about the shroud images. And if that's the case, then that raises the prior probability that given the fact that there were supernatural shroud images associated with the historical Jesus, and that the early Christians did show them to other Christians in the first century and wrote about them in apostolic inspired literature, that raises the prior probability that others would show and or write about these supernatural shroud images as well in other books of the New Testament. So it raises the prior probability, at least, that maybe some of these other texts, Larry's right about it and I've misjudged and that sort of thing. So yeah, you'll have to do kind of an assessment for yourself on that front. But I wanted to go over the Galatians 3:1 because that's a change. I've been slightly persuaded. It's not very strong evidence. I'm not absolutely convinced in any way. I'm at best 60%, maybe 65% convinced based on these reasoning and the reasoning in Larry's writings that, they're the only explanation that could make sense is seeing shroud images. It's improbable that he's talking about Paul's stigmata. The metaphorical views about Paul's preaching or vision, religious visions or hallucinations, are unlikely. And same with the portrait or painting. So is there something else outside of those options and the shroud and shroud images? Is there something else I just haven't thought of, or out of my ignorance of that time period? That's definitely plausible. There could be something that I just haven't thought of, and I haven't researched thoroughly all of the biblical commentaries on this text. So that's why I provide this very limited thing for myself, degree of warrant, where I've seen enough to say, yeah, I'm warranted in saying it's probably true. It's probably talking about the shroud, but I recognize my limitations and recognize that there's a very strong possibility that it's plausible that it's not talking about the shroud images and it's talking about something else that I haven't thought of, or talking about the stigmata, or one of the options, or one of the options that I've evaluated and said are improbable. So those are options there. Okay, just a little bit of an updated edit, something that I missed. There's an additional text here that's related to Galatians chapter 3, verse 1, and dates to anywhere from the late first century to the mid second century. And it's something that Tyler Fowler mentioned on my panel review show with Larry Stolley when we were looking at Galatians chapter 3, verse 1. So let me just share my slides. And just a minor update here. I added an 8th text that I went over with Larry Stolley on my show on S.J. Thomason's channel. So Colossians chapter 1, verse 15. The Son is the image of the invisible God. And that image of the invisible God is the cryptic reference to the shroud. But looking at Galatians 3:1, which I'm now convinced by, there's a 6th reason here that Tyler Fowler mentions, namely from 1 Clement chapter 2, verse 1. And in this text, it references something that kind of rules out the stigmata interpretation in what Clement of Rome is saying about the Corinthians also seeing. So let's take a look at that text. So 1 Clement chapter 2, verse 1 was written anytime between 80 to 140 AD. Most scholars, like biblical scholars and Christians like Mike Licona, will put it around 95 AD. And it says, look, and ye were all lowly in mind and free from arrogance, yielding rather than claiming submission, more glad to give than to receive, and content with the provisions which God supplieth, and giving heed unto his words, ye laid them up diligently in your hearts, and his sufferings were before your eyes. And it's this last bit here. Again, it's the same words in Galatians. Before your very eyes, Christ was publicly portrayed as crucified. And now all of a sudden we're getting this thing, his sufferings are before your eyes in 1 Clement chapter 2, verse 1. So this does support and raise the prior probability and provides supplemental supporting evidence for Galatians 3:1 being the shroud images. And perhaps Clement's also talking about that the Corinthians too also saw the shroud images with the same Greek terminology here, before your very eyes. There is no mention of the pographo, being publicly portrayed, Christ's sufferings being publicly portrayed, but it does help speak. It's obvious here he's talking about Jesus's sufferings, not Paul's sufferings. So that kind of helps mitigate against Dr. Ben Witherington's interpretation of it being referencing the stigmata, Paul's stigmata or wounds or scars, Galatians chapter 6. Well, that's obviously not what 1 Clement chapter 2, verse 1 is talking about. That's not what they're talking about here. So yeah, you can get the details there. This is a great point by Tyler Fowler. I think it supports Larry's interpretation. And I just want to show that clip. And here's Tyler saying it in his own words. So give him the credit. So let's hear that.
I'm looking forward to that. And so in that sense, Larry, I agree with you that I do believe, like, if the shroud was used in that way, then it was used for evangelism purposes. I mean, let's think. The majority of first century Christians couldn't read. So what's better than to tell a story than
Right.
words on a page, pictures on a page, or in this case, on a cloth. And so I think pictures are very, I think they still can be used for evangelism purposes. And so I agree with that. I also think, so I'm doing a research project just kind of on my own about icons in the early church, and I think you'll like this. So in Clement, and this is the question that I was going to ask Dr. Ben, but he ended up leaving. But I don't take his interpretation on that subject. I'm more inclined to believe the way you do, Larry. I think that there was an image that was shown to the Galatians, and for this reason here, Clement of Rome, in his first epistle, says this in chapter 2, verse 1. And you were all humble-minded, in no way being boastful, being submissive rather than forcing submission, giving more gladly than receiving, being satisfied with provisions of Christ, and paying attention to his words you have carefully stored away in your innermost being. And his sufferings were before your eyes. Kaita pathemata atu ein pra ophthalmon humon. Thus, a deep and luxurious peace was given to all, and an insatiable desire for good deeds and a full outpouring of the Holy Spirit was upon you. And so whenever you had said, Dr. Larry, about, how this has increased your faith, I see that, especially in First Clement, because it had the exact same, it did the exact same thing to them, if this is what he's talking about. I think the two, Galatians 3:1, First Clement 2:1, I think they go hand in hand with each other. And I don't think that Clement himself had stigmata, like Dr. Ben was saying with Paul. I don't think that same explanation can be used in this passage. And so I would more try to harmonize Galatians 3:1 with Clement of Rome here. I think the two are the same thing. So with that said, so that's where I'll agree.
Okay, perfect. So there's Tyler in his own words. Yeah, I think Tyler brings up a great point. I've never seen pro-shroud scholars. This is a non-shroud scholar here, Tyler, and he's coming up with something I've never seen in the literature. So with this reference to First Clement, is First Clement talking about the shroud images? Well, when used in conjunction with the case from Galatians chapter 3, verse 1, I think probably he is. They kind of support and buttress each other at that point. So very interesting. Yeah. There we go. All right. Well, that's it. We'll get back into the presentation here. Moving on from the pro-shroud side, using the biblical for shroud images, there are Christians that use the Bible to argue the shroud skeptics side as well. So there are about 4 of them. So let's look at this. These are biblical texts that rule out and say the Shroud of Turin images can't be the historical shroud of Jesus. So let's take a look at those. Hang on one second. Okay, so there are about 4 New Testament objections that Christian shroud skeptics like to bring up. So the first is that obvious one, right? There's no explicit mention in the New Testament of the shroud. This is what beloved Johnny Calvani, or John Calvin, in the Renaissance or the Reformation period, he brought up, late 1500s. Well, I don't see the shroud being mentioned in the Bible. Where is it? And we would expect explicit, obvious mentions. Well, Larry says, not so fast, shroud skeptic. The reason we only have implicit or cryptic mentions of the shroud in their images is because of this thing called the discipline of the secret. So I want to play Larry Stolley from my Shroud Panel Review Show Part 5, where it was Larry Stolley versus Ben Witherington, both of whom are pro-shroud in general. Ben is a pro-shroud Christian scholar, but as a biblical scholar, he is skeptical on the question of, does the New Testament talk about the shroud? Even cryptically, he says no. So, okay, so Ben raises this issue. Larry responds to this issue of the fact that there's no explicit mention in the New Testament. He says, well, the reason for that is because of the discipline of the secret. So let me play this clip as well as Ben's response to it. All right, so stop sharing. Okay, present screen. Bada boom, bada bing, sharing my sound. Share. Popped into the screen. Okay, so here is a clip of Larry explaining his answer to why there's no explicit mention of the shroud images in the New Testament.
In the early church, it came to be what was known as the discipline of the secret. what was the secret? That there were certain mysteries, and in Matthew he talks about why he told parables. He said to his apostles, to you it's been granted to know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, but to them it's not been granted. And so the idea that in order to protect the shroud, to safeguard it from being hunted down, trampled underfoot, confiscated, and harmed, there was some caution as to, in these canonical writings that we have in the New Testament, perhaps the writers chose not to explicitly make reference to the shroud, but it was kept more as a secret. The neophytes and the unbelievers weren't told about it, lest enemies may be searched and hunted down and confiscated. So Jesus did say, don't catch your pearls before swine, unless they trample them under feet. So there's that. And just the matter of that, this is a thesis I have, so it's one among a number of explanations that you might have for each of these texts. And I'm hoping that Ben, and I think maybe if Daryl comes along, is this thesis at all possible? Is there something I've totally missed?
Okay, so that's what Larry is talking about here. You can hear the discipline of the secret. Some scholars accept this as I mean, it's proven that the Christians use symbols, for example, to be cryptic, the Jesus fish symbol and that sort of thing, because they were persecuted by pagans, Jews, and Judaizing fake Christians or heretics who, if they had heard about the shroud images, they would want to capture it, confiscate it, and destroy it in satanic fashion. So, of course, they wouldn't expect explicit mention. They'd only cryptically or implicitly mention it in their writings. Now, Ben Witherington has a response to this. So let's go to Ben Witherington's response around the 17-minute mark and hear what he has to say about this discipline of the secret. Does that provide the answer? Okay, here's what Ben has to say.
These are not evangelistic tracts. And so there would not be any reason for the writers of the Gospels to keep the shroud a secret if that was something they really wanted to mention or directly talk about. These Gospels were not handed out in general to the pagan public. They were written for specific Christian communities and then shared amongst Christian communities throughout that whole period of time. For me, the crucial historical issue is what happens to that stuff after 70 AD, when the temple fell and Jerusalem was captured by Titus's army. What would have happened to the burial cloth after that period of time? Where would it have gone? In whose hands would it have gone there? I mean, there are legends, of course, about Joseph of Arimathea, but interestingly, not about the shroud particularly, more about actually the Holy Grail.
Okay, so I think I can stop this. Interestingly, for you guys, in my research for this video, or maybe it'll be in the next episode, the Holy Grail legends are actually based on the Shroud of Turin, according to some pro-shroud experts and stuff. That's, you know, the loss of the shroud is what started the Holy Grail legends and stuff. Anyways, that's beside the point. The point is here, discipline of the secret. Ben Witherington says, well, that's ridiculous because the Gospels and the New Testament writings were only for internal Christians. There was no need to be cryptic or to make implicit references to the shroud images. Just come out and tell them. I mean, you're showing them publicly to these Christians. Just come out and say, hey, I'm talking about the shroud images, those supernatural, miraculous, remarkable, amazing images of the Lord, of our Lord and Savior, crucified and resurrected from the dead on this linen shroud sheet. Now, unfortunately, I agree with Larry. I think that Ben's response isn't totally persuasive because, just going back to it here, if you think about it, their writings, they were still being persecuted, sporadically throughout the empire. Romans, Jews, Judaizing Christians, especially in the 40s AD, the Judaizers and the Jews would have been the most serious threat, but there was also occasional Roman scourgings, as evident from Galatians 6, where Paul was persecuted for being a Christian. So if something happened and their writings were captured, then one of these persecutors would have found out about the shroud images and said, hey, we've got to find this, get it, and destroy it, to destroy these Christians that we despise, and stuff like that. So I still think, even if they were not intended to be read by outsiders or non-saved Christians, there would still be a need to be implicit or cryptic, and just in case their writings themselves were ever confiscated or captured or read by one of the enemies of Christ. So you could still make this argument for the discipline of secrets here. So that's my take on that argument. Secondly, a lot of Shroud skeptics who are Christians appeal to John chapter 20, and they say, well, look, there was multiple cloths or strips, just like an ancient Egyptian mummy. Well, the shroud is just one giant sheet cloth. I guess that disproves that it belonged to Jesus. But what these even Christian skeptics don't understand is they don't understand how to read the Bible like biblical scholars and biblical archaeologists do. No one with a PhD would really believe this. I mean, in the first place, what it's talking about is there's the one cloth, and then there are strips that bind the cloth, the body to the cloth, and they wrap around the cloth. And that's what the actual Greek word used in John. It's different than wrappings perhaps used in the other gospels. It's talking about bindings, just like the bindings of chains around a prisoner. That's the Greek word used here. And you can see in Larry Stolley's paper here, the Greek word orthonoio is a binding, right? It's not the same as this wrapped kind of thing, John. And so there were linen strips that bound the body and the cloth together and held the body in place. And perhaps there was an additional cloth, like a chin strap, as Director Gary Habermas says, holding the jaw in place. There was either one strip plus the cloth plus the sudarium or the head cloth, 3 cloths, perfectly consistent with John, or maybe there were 2 or 3 binding strips, making there about 5 or even 6 linen cloths or odonia bindings and stuff like that. Here's kind of John Jackson kind of goes over this and shows this in his documentary on BBC. So let's take a listen to this for a little bit.
And Dr. Jackson believes there is evidence that connects the shroud directly to the shroud in the Gospels. The most detailed account of what the disciples saw in the empty tomb is the Gospel of John. He mentions the face cloth, but he also mentions burial cloths in the plural. That must include the shroud that wrapped the corpse, but the plural indicates that there was yet another cloth, and that has puzzled New Testament scholars. Well, Jackson believes he has identified the other cloth in the shroud itself, in a strip of cloth sewn along one side.
This is a transmitted image. It's a transmitted light image. It's an absorption image.
And if the shroud is being held up. Jackson owns this backlit image of the shroud taken in 1978. And it shows clearly that the bands of discoloration from the weaving go right through the seam from the main cloth to the strip, showing that it was part of the original cloth, then torn off and then re-sewn back on again. Could this side strip be the missing cloth alluded to in John's Gospel?
Here's the side strip on the shroud.
Right.
Let me just show you. It's essentially the length of the actual shroud itself.
Right.
Okay. So we're going to use this to finish off what I'm proposing to
Explains that movement of the cloth.
So now remember, the bottom of the feet have blood on them.
Right.
And so that has to be held in place. So I'm going to take the bottom part. So let's put a small knot here at the bottom. and we're going to wrap this around, and we're going to make it rather tight because we have to hold the body together.
Exactly. So that's the bit that would have held the knees together.
Yeah. See what this is doing? It's going to hold the legs together, which holds the knees, which is what we observe on the shroud. Now that we've held.
The way the strip fastens the cloth around the body conforms to the way the body is represented on the shroud.
We're going to have to. When we look here at the bottom of the chin, notice the disruption that occurs in the cloth. I think that we can see that echoed if we go over here to the negative image.
Okay.
We can see the hair on either side of the face, but when we get down, it looks like the hair, suddenly there's a disruption, at least to my eye, and we see it over here. I think there's also a disruption in the beard. There's something here, and I would submit that that's consistent with what we are inducing by folding on the cloth here.
Jackson's side strip theory could answer the question that's puzzled students of the New Testament. I asked Jackson if he would submit his solution to an expert on John's Gospel in a real first-century tomb in Jerusalem itself. Strip tied around it. For accuracy, the sudarium or face cloth that John's Gospel describes is also in position. Then, just before Dr. Need's arrival, the body is removed to leave just the cloths.
It's very striking to come into a real tomb in Jerusalem and to see the clothes lying there like that. It fits in with the Johannine picture that if that piece of cloth that was torn off at the time of the burial was indeed a separate piece of cloth, that would explain the plural.
If Jackson is right, then this arrangement of burial cloths may be a closer representation of what John's Gospel says the disciples saw when they walked into the tomb on the third day after Jesus' death.
Incredible. So even this world's expert, Dr. Stephen Need, saying perfectly consistent. The Gospel of John exactly represents the Shroud of Turin once you understand about these binding strips that were used on the shroud there to bind the body and the cloth together. So one thing I will say about this is I disagree, along with Bob Rucker, with Dr. John Jackson. There is that strip along the shroud. I don't think it was used to tie the body of Jesus because there would have been more distortions. It looks like it was a manufacturing mistake and it was re-sewn into the shroud immediately, right? But again, go to my panel review show part 3, I believe it is, where we talk about the textile evidence, and I get into a lot of detail, so does Bob Rucker, as to why we think that. But just be aware that there is credible Pro-Shroud guys that says this side strip is what was used to bind the body of Jesus. So we still possess the multiple cloths that John talks about. It's just been re-sewn onto the shroud. But even if we don't, this tells us plausibly what John was talking about. There were possibly one or more binding strips or a chin band that was separate that bound the body in the cloth and wrapped the one single sheet to the cloth in the way John Jackson has shown us. And it's just, instead of being re-sewn on the shroud, we just posit, well, those strips have been lost to history. Every other binding sheets have been lost to history as well. So it makes perfect sense. They kept the main sheet that had the images, or at least the bloodstains on it. They didn't keep the binding strips because they were nothing and insignificant. They had nothing on them to keep. Perfect sense. This is not a contradiction. And we have every explanation. John 20 exactly matches the Shroud of Turin. Now, the next objection from Christians is Isaiah 52:14, saying with respect to the Messiah that just as many who were appalled at him, his appearance was so disfigured beyond that of any human being, and his form marred beyond human likeness. My response is, look, it's ridiculous if you believe this prophecy is saying that Jesus had to be a formless blob of goo or a blob of flesh up on the cross. scientifically impossible, historically impossible, and biblically ridiculous to read this prophecy in the way this Christian Shroud skeptic brought up this verse. You're simply wrong. Isaiah is speaking prophetically. It's a prophetic genre, not a literal historical genre or literal genre. It is the prophetic genre where they use hyperbole and prophetic language and that sort of thing. And what Isaiah is talking about here is, look, Jesus was beaten the bloody heck out of. He was smitten, he was scourged, he was crucified, his cheeks were swollen. This is evident on Jesus and evidence on the Shroud of Turin face, the Shroud man's face. It was distorted. It was, with agony. It was buffeted. It was spit upon. All these things. And that means it's so disfigured and marred and beaten up, just like Jesus described in the Gospels, just like the Shroud man shows us with his face, the crown of thorns, the bloody swollen cheeks, the dislocated nose. Oh my goodness. It was scarred beyond any resemblance of an ordinary human form, where we're in the glory of being in the image of God. And Jesus, with all of his scourge wounds and blood gushing and oozing out of his body, and the cuts, scrapes, swollenness of his body, he would have looked nothing like an ordinary human form. That's not to say that, he was just a blob of goot. No, he had a skeleton. He had recognizable 2 legs, 2 arms, 2 hands, and a human face and stuff like that, just like we see with the Shroud of Turin. So yeah, this hyper literalistic reading of Isaiah 52:14, as though, he doesn't have the form of a human being at all. So he just literally looks like a blob of goo on the floor. Come on now. That's not what Jesus, then you're disproving Jesus. You're saying Jesus failed to fulfill this messianic prophecy, even in the Gospels. That's heresy, my friend. That is heresy. So no, the historical Jesus perfectly matches Isaiah 52:14 in the brutal, disfiguring treatment that he achieved, and the Shroud man perfectly beaten to a pulp. We have absolute anatomical proof of all the wounds. He would have looked like a mess, bruises, swollen cheeks, dislocated nose. Oh my goodness. Yes, the perfect Shroud man equals perfect fulfillment of Isaiah 52:14. Finally, we have 1 Corinthians 11, verses 13 to 16. Jesus had to have short hair. The Shroud man has long, medieval-looking hair. Therefore, the Shroud man cannot be the historical Jesus. And they point to the Apostle Paul saying, "Judge among yourselves. Is it proper for a woman to pray to God with her head uncovered? Does not even nature itself teach you that if a man has long hair, it's a dishonor to him?" Well, the Shroud man has long hair. Would Jesus, a morally perfect being or person, have long hair when that's a sin and against nature? Surely not. Well, this is just not true. Jesus had short hair. The Shroud man has short hair, biblically speaking. Number one, okay, so what are my answers? Number one, there are exceptions to every rule. There's the Nazirite vows, for example, where you could have long hair and that was acceptable. John the Baptist didn't conform with Greco-Roman styles either. Clean shaven and very short or shaved head and stuff like that. So no, there are exceptions. Secondly, we have to remember, don't take Paul out of context. He's writing 20 years later to a bunch of pagan Greeks, not Jews living in 30 AD from Galilee, like in Jesus' day. So because of this, Gary Habermas responds to this criticism, and he said, look, as an expert in this field, number one, we have to ask what constitutes long hair. That depends on the culture. You're going by some misguided 20th century 1950s definition of long versus short. That didn't apply in the first century in Jesus' day. Don't be foolish, my friend. Shoulder length hair, perfect short hair for any Jewish man living in the first century. Women had hair down to their, way past their shoulders, but some even as low as their butts and stuff like that. So, they grow way long. But if you had hair at your shoulder length, perfect description of short hair for a Jewish first century man. And you just are ignorant of the biblical history if you deny that. So it's not the Greco-Roman very short 1950s hairstyle That's not what long hair versus short hair means in the Apostle Paul's writing. In fact, biblical scholars have proven Paul himself would probably have had shoulder-length hair. That was the norm for Jewish men of his day. We have archaeological proof of this. Things like Titus's arch. Yes, we have some Jews in the Greco-Roman style, clean-shaven, short hair, and that sort of thing. But then we have other shroudman-style Jews marching in the Arch of Titus from the 1st century and after the 70 AD war, with long hair, shoulder-length hair, and beards and mustache, just like the shroudman. Perfect fit. Perfect. Thirdly, we also have to understand this 1 Corinthians 11 text isn't talking about lengths of hair necessarily. What Paul is speaking about is how the men wore their hair. He doesn't want you wearing headdresses or styling your hair that in ways that are peculiar for women. And I provided proof, papers on that, written by my old pastor, which was really good, actually, proving that this is what Paul's talking about in context in 1 Corinthians 11, men versus women hairstyles. And, you know, he was trying to say women shouldn't be bald and leaving your wigs at home, your fancy woman wigs at home, because that cries out that you're a strumpet, you're a prostitute. If you had a shaved head as a woman back in those days, and it was causing scandal to the Corinthian church. So he says, look, wear your fancy headdresses. As a woman, you're supposed to have something crowning your head in a womanly style. And men, you're supposed to have short hair, shoulder length or less, in the man style. That's what this verse is talking about in context. You can't take it out of context like the Christian Shroud skeptics who appeal to 1 Corinthians 11 are doing. So that's it on the Bible. Great. That's the biblical data for and against. Now let's move beyond the biblical data and look at other texts that potentially mention between 30 to 500 AD that potentially mention the Shroud of Turin or the Shroud images. And let's see what we've got. Okay, so focusing on the image of Edessa hypothesis first, the first thing that we have is related to what's called the King Abgar Legend. And the Abgar Legend, as we have it, as you remember, I kind of said, where Jesus' shroud was taken by a disciple to King Abgar, who converted to Christianity on the spot and converted his entire kingdom of Edessa to Christianity. He was the first Christian king in human history to convert his entire kingdom to Christianity. Now, where do we get this Abgar legend from? Well, it's basically an amalgamation of two existing textual traditions dating from in this ancient period between 30 and 500 AD. So the first is from the early church father and father of modern church history, Eusebius of Caesarea. And he's written an Orthodox text written sometime in the 4th century, probably around 315 or as late as 325 AD is when he writes his text where he talks about the Abgar legend. And the second is a Syriac or Assyrian Christian text called the Doctrine of Addai. Remember, Addai is the Syrian name of the disciple of Jesus who supposedly brought the shroud to King Abgar. And this is written a lot later, about 75 years later, sometime around 400 AD is when the Doctrine of Addai was written. So these texts are the only two texts that talk about the shroud images outside of the Bible in this Abgar legend attesting to the existence of the shroud images. So what does it say? So it basically says these texts, summarizing, say that, look, King Abgar V was the ruler of Edessa, which was a small buffer state between the Roman and Parthian empires. And King Abgar V ruled between 13 and 50 AD. So he was a contemporary of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And according to the Abgar legend, he supposedly had an incurable illness. And he heard through word of mouth about Jesus's supernatural, miraculous healings. And so, amazed by this, in 30 AD, he sent Jesus a letter asking him to come to Edessa to heal him. But Jesus was in Jerusalem. This was his Passion Week, and he knew that his crucifixion was at hand. So he had to decline to leave Jerusalem. Nope, I've got to be crucified. I can't make it, Abgar. But he was so impressed, according to Eusebius, Jesus was so impressed with this guy that he sent Abgar a letter himself. So Jesus wrote a letter. Ooh, very historically questionable, but this is what the legend says. So we're just finding out what the legends say in these ancient texts. Or perhaps as the doctrine of Adai changes things, he sent a verbal response to the king, and he blessed King Abgar for his faith, and he promised him, I'm so impressed with you, Abgar. After I'm taken up, after I die, rise from the dead, and then get ascended into heaven, I'm going to send one of my disciples, namely Adai, or in the Greek, Thaddeus, to cure you and to give you the gospel message. Now, true to form, after Jesus ascended into heaven in 30 AD, the alleged founder of the Assyrian Church of the East and disciple of Jesus, Adai, otherwise known as Thaddeus, showed up at Abgar's court. And as he approached the king, a quote-unquote wonderful vision was seen by Abgar in or on the face of Adai. No one else saw this vision but King Abgar, who, after first falling down and worshiping Adai, he immediately declared his belief in Jesus, and Adai then cured him. After that, Adai converted many of the Jews and pagan priests in the kingdom of Edessa to Christianity, and all of this happened within the year 30 AD specifically, according to these ancient texts. There's no explanation as to what the quote-unquote wonderful vision entailed. There's no mention of a burial shroud, no mention of shroud images or anything on it, images of Jesus. There's nothing. It just says wonderful vision in these two ancient texts dating from before 500 AD. Now, I will admit this, the doctrine of Adai also adds an additional account that's not in Eusebius, talking about a portrait or a picture, a literal painting taken of Jesus, and that was taken before he died and given to King Abgar before he died. So it has nothing to do with this wonderful vision that converted him to Christianity or where he got healed and after Jesus' death. There's this second thing where Ananias, a guy named Ananias, just like Paul's Ananias, came to Jesus, gave him King Abgar's letter. He was so impressed. He sent Ananias back with message, but before he did that, Ananias painted Jesus's portrait, probably a picture just of his face. And he sent that with Ananias back to King Abgar, in which he told him, hey, Jesus can't come, but after he's dead and taken up, he's going to send his disciple Adai, and he's going to heal you and give you the gospel message. And then that's where he shows up, the wonderful vision happens, stuff like that. So that's the only difference between Eusebius and the doctrine of Adai, is that the doctrine of Adai has this additional weird thing about a portrait of Jesus, and Jesus doesn't write a letter. He gives a verbal response to Abgar's letter, and Ananias, as King Abgar's agent, paints a portrait of Jesus, takes the portrait back with him, and relays Jesus' message to King Abgar. Jesus dies, blah, blah, blah. So that's what the ancient texts say. Those are the differences between them. Like I said, in terms of what's converting Abgar, all we hear is that it's a wonderful vision. What the heck is that? What does that mean? No idea. There's no explanation in these ancient texts at all. Now, Eusebius, he actually claims that both of the letters that he mentions, the Abgar's letter to Jesus, and because Eusebius says Jesus wrote a letter to Abgar in response, as well as another anonymous document. And this dating back to King Abgar's dynasty prior to 201 AD, according to Eusebius, that anonymous document is probably the proto-doctrine of Adai, the Syriac tradition that Eusebius is mentioning here. And he says, look, all three of these texts were preserved in his day in the public record office of his time. Now, it's important to note all three of these originals have been completely lost to history. We do not have the letter of Abgar, the letter of Jesus, or the original proto-doctrine of Adai that existed in Eusebius's day prior. that supposedly dated back prior to 201 AD, and that were held in the public record office in 315 AD. Those are completely lost to history. So that's giving you kind of the first two textual based evidences we have for this Abgar legend that speak of a wonderful vision that converted King Abgar, who was a contemporary of Jesus. All right, so going back and continuing on. Okay, so there are a couple points here about the King Abgar legend that, based on these ancient texts and stuff, that we need to clarify. So the first thing is, who the heck is King Abgar? Who are we talking about? Is it really King Abgar V? Or could this legend be talking about another King Abgar? Because we've had various King Abgars over history, including King Abgar VIII or King Abgar the Great, who secular historians say the legend is really about. And I just want to show you a glimpse of the dynasty. So as you can see here, here's the Abgarid dynasty, as they call it, and the rulers. And then all of a sudden we get Abgar V, 13 to 50 AD, during the time of Jesus. And that was his second time on the throne. He ruled for three years prior, in 4 BC to 7 AD. But this was the time that the shroud was supposedly given to him while Jesus was alive in 30 AD. And then he had a couple sons. Then we had an interregnum. Then we had King Abgar VII and another interregnum. And here's beloved King Abgar VIII. So look, there's lots of candidates, lots of Abgars. Maybe we're not talking about King Abgar V. I know they specify that, but maybe the legend is really about another Abgar, such as King Abgar VIII. So how do we figure this out? Well, in favor of King Abgar V, Pro-Shroud historian Ian Wilson really lays out a good circumstantial case based on circumstantial evidence from the Abgar legend itself. And he says, look, specifically the 4th to 5th century Doctrine of Adai text provides us with additional details that Eusebius doesn't give us. Eusebius, again, only gives us about 1,400 words, very short. The Doctrine of Adai is somewhat longer. John Loken wrote a great paper I'm going to be referencing in a couple minutes from now. And I think he says it's about 4,500. You'll have to check the footnote on that in his paper. I'm not sure, but it's considerably longer than what Eusebius has written about the Abgar legend. And so the Doctrine of Adai indicates that the circumstances surrounding King Abgar's conversion are more consistent. If taken literally and at face value, it is more consistent with King Abgar V, who ruled at Jesus' time, than King Abgar VIII. And additionally, like I said, I showed you that king list. I looked at all of the other Abgars, like King Abgar VI and VII, as well as the others in between, as you can see, and none of them will fit the literal circumstances of what the Doctrine of Adai text tells us, and tells us what happened after the disciple Adai supposedly brought the Shroud of Turin to King Abgar V here, because so yeah, we'll get into that in a bit. So in the first place, there are plausibility arguments for King Abgar V. Look, it is wholly plausible to suppose that the earliest apostles would have evangelized Edessa. It was a main city next to trade routes and that sort of thing, and it was right next to Jerusalem. There's no way Paul would have went in the first century all the way to Rome, but yet Christians would be too afraid to go to Edessa, which was just a few miles away from Antioch and stuff like that. No, of course they evangelized Edessa in the first century as well. They didn't wait until the second century, let alone the late second century during the time of King Abgar. So that's fully agreed. But look, that proves nothing. I mean, that doesn't prove that King Abgar V converted on the spot in 30 AD. Or no, what happened is they probably sent a couple of, maybe Adai, the disciple, was sent to Edessa, and slowly but surely he built up churches in Edessa, and they started from the ground up and that sort of thing. And by the time of King Abgar VIII, then that king converted himself, and the whole kingdom, the government, converted to Christianity as its official religion. That seems a lot more plausible to me than supposing that all within the span of 30 AD, less than a year, my goodness, Jesus died, and the Shroud of Turin went to King Abgar V and showed him the thing, and he converted on the spot, and everyone else converted on the spot, and his entire kingdom was turned into a Christian kingdom. That just seems implausible to me. Now, additionally, though, in favor of King Abgar V, there's also the fact that the disciple known as Adai in the Syriac, or Thaddeus in Greek, he has an established early attestation. For example, by 190 AD, Clement of Alexandria attested to the existence of the tomb of a disciple of Jesus named Adai in Edessa. This is archaeological proof that this guy was known to exist in the late 2nd century and was associated as a disciple of Jesus living in Edessa. And it's very unlikely that Clement would refer to him this way if Adai was some contemporary living in his own time who went to Edessa in the late 2nd century and converted King Abgar VIII. No, it's much more likely that Adai lived earlier, during the time of King Abgar V. Now, additionally, on this front, there is a tradition from the kingdom of Adabene's capital city of Arbela that begins its ancient lineage of bishops to a guy named Pakita. And Pakita can be reliably dated by secular historians to 104 AD. And guess what? He was also said to have been converted by Adai in the 1st century. So I think that on this front, I think that it is very, very probable that a Christian named Adai lived in the 1st century. He went to Edessa. He's associated as a disciple of Jesus, and maybe it was him that first went to Edessa in 30 AD or in the 1st century, first couple of years after Jesus' resurrection, and he was the one who got the ball rolling. He started from the ground up converting people, and that's why he's associated and remembered in this Abgar legend. But there's no reason that proves, that Adai actually converted King Abgar V. Nothing we have here proves that. So we just have to be honest about that. Because, hang on. Okay, so now the legend itself, as you remember, says that Adai went on to make many converts in Edessa, and this is according to the doctrine of Adai. Eusebius doesn't say this. And its surrounding areas before dying a peaceful natural death in the city. He was then deeply honored by King Abgar by being buried in a sculpted mausoleum that was reserved for the Abgar dynasty, for royalty. And years later, afterwards, Abgar died, and there was a reversion to paganism by, quote unquote, one of Abgar's sons. So he had multiple sons. Remember, we took a look at that list. That seems only to fit King Abgar V. He had his son Manu V, who ruled from 50 to 57 AD, and then his other son took over, Manu VI, from 57 to 71, and it's being postulated like maybe this guy reverted to paganism, and that's when they had to hide the Shroud of Turin, but in Edessa, in an Edessan wall, but we don't get that in these ancient texts prior to 500 AD yet about the Edessan wall. That's in a later text, so we'll come to that in a little bit. But anyways, we find out that one of his sons, Abgar V, he died in 50 AD, and one of his first son, Manu V, took over until his death in 57 AD, and then Abgar the sixth, his youngest son, Abgar the V's youngest son, Manu VI, took over, and perhaps he reverted to paganism. This is speculation, we don't know. And he reverted to paganism under pressure from his pagan citizens. It was still soon enough that he could go back, kind of like they did in ancient Egypt with Amenhotep, or I think that was not Amenhotep. Akhenaten, who became a monotheist and moved the capital away from Thebes. And then after his death, they reverted back to their Egyptian paganism and stuff like that. So this kind of happened under Manu VI. This is consistent with what the doctrine of Adai tells us, where one of Abgar's sons reverted right back. And this would also fulfill the criterion of illumination and explain why the shroud or the image of Edessa was said to be hidden in a wall by a persecuted Christian in Edessa, as I said, and lost for 500 years afterwards. But as I said, that aspect is relayed to us in a later text after 500 AD. So it's not exactly relevant, but to these two ancient texts that we're looking at here, let alone Eusebius. Okay, Abgar the Eighth, by contrast, how does he fare here? Well, he only had one son, Abgar the Ninth, and he was almost immediately deposed by the Romans, who took over Edessa in 215 AD. They turned Edessa into a Roman colonia, or a colony. Afterwards, the Abgar dynasty was never reinstated again. They had a couple puppet rulers after his Abgar's the Eighth's son, Abgar the Ninth, but they were ruled by the Romans. The Abgar dynasty never was restored to the throne of Edessa as an independent kingdom. So, yeah, maybe the shroud was hidden or lost in an Edessan wall at this time, and as it was being hidden from the pagan Romans. Admittedly, though, the text itself, the Doctrine of Aedui, doesn't mention the Romans' involvement, and it does do so elsewhere. So you might say, well, we would expect them to say they were hiding it from the Romans, not a bunch of Edessan pagans and stuff like that, like the Doctrine of Aedui says. Nonetheless, I think that could be just a case of garbled memory. Abgar the Eighth is still a candidate on this basis, and maybe they hid the shroud from the pagan Romans, not Manu the Sixth, who we just without evidence suppose maybe he reverted back to paganism, and the Edessan pagan citizens wanted to destroy the shroud in Christianity. So that's how we assess the two candidates here. Let's go a little bit further then in our assessment between King Abgar V and Abgar VIII. So it's important to note, look, when it comes to the text, the Doctrine of Aedui, which is the only one that gives us these details to adjudicate between the two King Abgars, we do not possess any of the original autographs. We don't possess any of the two letters or the Syriac document known as the Proto-Doctrine of Aedui that Eusebius mentions. The earliest of the manuscripts of the Doctrine of Aedui is from the 19th century. My goodness, that's late. And it has provable, all historians agree, it has provable later interpolations in it, many of them. Now, that said, when it comes to the Abgar legend itself, many historians do see it as mostly genuine. It is, what was written down is faithfully representing the oral tradition that was prior to it. And that's because it independently coheres, right? Remember, the Doctrine of Aedui is a Syriac text, the Assyrian Church of the East type tradition, whereas Eusebius is coming from the Orthodox or Catholic Western tradition. And at least where they overlap, where they recount the same details, they mostly cohere, and they do so independently. So that's the fulfillment of multiple independent attestation. And that's why most historians say that it, more or less, the King Abgar legend written down in the Doctrine of Aedui is a faithful rendition of the oral tradition as it existed at that time. Okay, so what else can we say about the King Abgar the Fifth versus King Abgar the Eighth, and about the Doctrine of Aedui's account here? Well, we know for a fact there are later interpolations in the Doctrine of Aedui, and we also know that there are issues with some of the details that these Abgar legends recount, both Eusebius and the Doctrine of Aedui. So, for example, Pope Gelasius in 492 to 496 AD declared that both the letters between Abgar and Jesus that existed in his day were apocryphal. Why on God's green earth the letters, why would the letters, think about this too, why, even as we get into 503 AD, get into the next show, we're going to be looking in the early 6th century. It's always about the letters between Abgar and Jesus. That's what protects Edessa, makes it special. It's unconquerable because it hold on to these letters. So the letters are always important, the most important thing in this early period of the Abgar legend. But why not the physical shroud? If they had a physical shroud, that would be kept. that would be mentioned, that would be revered, not just the letters, it would be both. But supposedly the Shroud of Turin was lost and hidden in an Edessan thing, but not the treasured 2 letters. They kept and held onto them. So much so they were, in Eusebius's day, they were put in a public record office and freely available for anyone to see. That doesn't make sense. That seems like, okay, they're making up some details here, and the letters are probably made up. And guess what? Most modern historians agree. Jesus didn't write letters, and the letter that he supposedly wrote to King Abgar V contained obvious information that that didn't exist in 30 AD, because it comes directly from the Gospel of John chapter 20, verses 29 specifically. So yeah, the details about the letters are clearly later legendary embellishment, proving that the Abgar legend does contain legendary embellishment. What else is legendary embellishment versus a faithful, reliably held oral tradition going back to the period of King Abgar V or Abgar VIII, whoever it is? That's an open question. I'm very skeptical on that front. And put that together with the fact that, look, there are no external non-church records that exist from the time 30 AD or thereabouts, attesting to the early conversion of Abgar V to Christianity. All the records, every single one that we do possess, all the records from Edessa, unfortunately, were completely destroyed by the Turks in 1144 AD. So you can speculate, you can say, well, it was there, but we've lost it thanks to the Muslim Turks in 1144. But that's just pure speculation. So we shouldn't expect to have any Edessan records, but we shouldn't believe it either. But it's not just the Edessan records. All of the other surrounding records, including the records of the Romans, don't record Abgar V converting to Christianity. For example, we would expect that in Cornelius Tacitus's writing. He wrote in the early 2nd century, 115 AD or thereabouts, because he doesn't mention it at all. And in fact, the only thing he says about King Abgar V is that he was a deceitful trickster ruler, who favored the evil satanic Parthians. Tacitus was a pagan, but the evil Parthians of Hades, whatever he would say, his equivalent of hell and Satan and stuff. But yeah, that's it. That's all we get about this King Abgar V from secular historical records that aren't based on church traditions and stuff like that. We've got nothing. Put that together with the fact, like I said, it's totally implausible that a king and an entire kingdom would have been converted en masse to a new religion like Christianity from paganism in less than a year. Completely bunk. Don't believe it. That's a made-up legend. That is a legendary embellishment or a garbled memory at best. And in fact, it may even be that if the Abgar legend is true and everyone was converted in 30 AD, that might contradict background knowledge. I'm sure a lot of Catholics and Eastern Orthodox were upset to learn Jesus died in 30 AD, not 33 AD. Or perhaps that some of the apostles, it may contradict the notion that, hey, Galatians 3:1 or certain biblical texts mention the apostles showing the shroud to pagans and to Gentile Christians outside of Edessa, beyond 30 AD. Well, that would be a contradiction then. Obviously, the shroud was not lost by that time. Now, obviously, you can modify the legend and that sort of thing and just say, well, certain secondary details may be wrong or legendary embellishment, but the Abgar legend has a historical kernel. And actually, I just realized my second point doesn't make any sense, because the doctrine of Adai, at least, says that the shroud was lost when the second of King Abgar V's sons, well after 57 AD, he reverted to paganism, and it was lost then. So maybe during the 40s, this is consistent with Galatians 3:1 and other texts and stuff like that. So that was a mistake on my front on the second part. But yeah, you can still say with respect to the date, well, maybe it was 33 AD, and this is just a garbled memory. The people recounting the legend just screwed it up, or when they wrote it down, they misunderstood and got the dates wrong. That happens. That doesn't necessarily take away from the historical kernel that might exist with the supposing King Abgar V was the one who first converted to Christianity. That said, I still think it's highly implausible and therefore improbable that a king and an entire kingdom converted in 1 year. No, I don't believe that. Anyways, modern historians also totally disagree with this Abgar legend at face value and say that's bunk. The first king of Edessa who converted to Christianity, according to secular history, was King Abgar VIII. Therefore, it would be him who would have received the shroud. If anything, it would not be King Abgar V, who was always a pagan. And that's why we have no records of Edessa being a Christian kingdom at all prior to the late 2nd century, sometime between 179 to 192 AD. And that's the first time that Edessa was, according to provably, a Christian kingdom. And we know these dates very precisely because, number one, obviously, King Abgar VIII's reign ended in 212 AD, and the Edessan kingdom fell to the Romans in 215 AD. So it had to be King Abgar VIII or no one. It couldn't have been his son Abgar IX afterwards, who was deposed immediately by the Romans. And we actually have proof from this time, between 179 to 190, or 192, of the Christian conversion, and it's undeniable, according to all secular historians. So number one, we have the Chronicle of Edessa that records the conversion in 201 AD. That's when it dates from. All historians, atheists, skeptics, whatever, we all agree. And it records this is the year of a flood that destroyed many buildings, including the nave of a church of the Christians. Interesting. Also, Christian crosses are depicted on the headdress of the Edessan Abgar VIII / Emperor Commodus coins. Commodus was the Roman emperor in the late 190s or something. He took over after his daddy, Marcus Aurelius. Remember the movie Gladiator? The first bad emperor. He was the beginning of the end for the empire, leading into the great crisis of the 3rd century. But anyways, they struck up a coin with King Abgar VIII on it and the Emperor Commodus. And guess what? Because Commodus had a Christian wife or mistress named Marcia, that meant that Abgar VIII was confident enough to put a Christian symbol of a cross on his headdress on this joint coin that he issued prior to Commodus's death in 192 AD. Likewise, Christian crosses are found on lined fountains dating to the 2nd century AD. So it is obvious. Everyone agrees King Abgar VIII converted to Christianity, and he was the first one to do so. That's what modern secular scholarship says. Everyone with a PhD in history will say this, and I had a clip from a BBC documentary to prove it to you, but that account got terminated. So yeah, I can't show it to you now. But yeah, it was watch episode 1 of Diarmaid McCulloch's History of Christianity. It's a 6-part series. It's a great video, and you'll see in episode 1 where he talks about how the kingdom of Edessa was converted in the time of King Abgar VIII. So yeah, I favor, if I'm being honest, I think we have to favor King Abgar VIII is probably the first Christian ruler. I don't believe the shroud was shown to King Abgar V or that King Abgar V ever converted to Christianity. I think the Abgar legend gets that wrong. And perhaps at best, Eusebius and the doctrine of Addai and the oral traditions they're relying on are late 2nd century or 3rd century garbled memories of the conversion of King Abgar VIII. Now, as we're going to see when we get to a hybrid theory, it may be the case that the shroud was shown to King Abgar VIII, and maybe that's where our tradition might come from. That's a debatable question we'll get into later on. But just be aware, it could be a garbled memory. Maybe the shroud was shown, shroud images were shown, and even led to the conversion. Let's give the Abgar legend the benefit of the doubt. Led to the conversion of King Abgar VIII, or at least partially, or something like that. Great. And then later on, there was after the kingdom fell and was conquered by the Romans, the memories got a little garbled and mixed up, and then when they were coming up with the legend, well, okay, King Abgar was converted by a wonderful vision, like a shroud or something like that. Maybe that goes to a wonderful vision. Okay, that must be talking about Abgar V, because he was the king during Jesus' time. So you can see how like these legends can quickly get embellished, and even innocently without malintent, and that sort of thing. So yeah, my thing is King Abgar VIII was the first to convert to Christianity. I think that the Abgar legend is in some way a garbled memory, are based on him, and very probably not King Abgar V. And I'm skeptical that many elements in the Abgar legend are historically accurate. The letters very probably no. It being Abgar V, probably no. Even the tale from the Doctrine of Adai talking about what happened after his death, I don't think that's true. There are some historical nuggets. I do believe that Adai was a disciple of Jesus or associated with them very early in the 1st century. He was probably the first one to go to Edessa and started converting laymen from the ground up. I don't believe he talked to the king or anything like that. There are some historical nuggets in the Abgar legend that I think have a basis in true history relevant to King Abgar VIII, and even going back to the 1st century with the disciple Adai and stuff like that, but it just garbles them up and then reattributes it to King Abgar V and gives us a nice, neat little bedtime story where, in 30 AD, hey, everything happened. He heard about Jesus' miracles and healings. He went and talked to him or sent him a letter, and Jesus responded either verbally or with a letter of his own, said, I promise you my disciple's going to come. So they packaged it, the tradition packaged it up into the present version of the Abgar legend that Eusebius and the Doctrine of Adai report to us. But that doesn't necessarily prove it's historically reliable tradition from the 1st century, from 30 AD or the time of Jesus. I'm skeptical that that's probably not what's going on here, if I'm honest. But it is plausible. I will admit that. I think that is possible and stuff like that. Okay, great. So now we have to assess and clarify what is the wonderful vision, right? Because that's what it's all about. So how do we assess the wonderful vision in Eusebius? Because he's the earliest text. Well, it's most likely that Eusebius is recounting oral tradition of some sort that at the latest dates sometime before his birth, some before 260. So at the latest, it developed sometime in the early 3rd century with the downfall of the Abgar dynasty in Edessa and Romans taking over. Perhaps there was some garbled memories of people, and it got twisted and developed and became the Abgar legend that we know. So I do think that the Eusebius is faithfully recounting oral tradition that he had that dates to the early 3rd century or earlier, probably in the late 2nd century during King Abgar VIII's reign. The elements of the legend began. Eusebius, one thing we have to ask about Eusebius is, look, he was following Jewish and earliest Christian tradition because he was an iconoclast person. He was against religious images. So someone who's pro-Shroud might say, well, why does he say wonderful vision? Maybe it's because he doesn't like religious images being used and he wants to destroy all images. And he was an Eastern bishop. He almost became elected as a bishop to Antioch itself. So someone might ask, well, maybe Eusebius tampered with the legend. The oral things talk about the shroud images being sent to King Abgar V or VIII, and Eusebius tampered with it and said, oh, well, I don't like religious images, so I'm going to call it a wonderful vision to make it consistent with my theology. Now, I would have to say this is probably not the case. I don't think Eusebius is. Wonderful vision is whoever originated the Abgar legend as late as the 3rd century or late 2nd century and that sort of thing, or earlier, whenever it originated. it was definitely told that way, that it's a wonderful vision. And the reason is, again, the independent Syrian text, the Doctrine of Addai in 400 AD, also recounts it as a wonderful vision on the in or on the face of Addai, and they didn't share necessarily Eusebius's same qualms about religious images. They didn't have that same level of bias against them. So yeah, it just seems like it's extremely weird if they would both independently call it a wonderful vision. No, that's probably, they're calling it that because that's what the oral tradition that both Eusebius and the Doctrine of Addai are using. That's how it was recounted in their day. So I believe that. Okay, so how do we associate the wonderful vision and get shroud images from that? Well, the non-religious agnostic John Loken has written a great paper, which I'll link to in my blog. He provides 5 supportive reasons to think. For him, he's just trying to. He's just trying to argue that it's possible, or maybe plausible, to suppose that the wonderful vision spoken of in Eusebius and the Doctrine of Addai text could relate to the shroud images. I'm going to assess it a little bit more harshly because I just care, is it probable? Can we get a direct link? But I would agree that I agree with John Loken's goal. Yeah, of course, I'm going to agree it's possible. By wonderful vision, we're talking about shroud images. That is possible. And I would even argue it's plausible, but I just don't think it's probable on the basis of these 2 texts, let alone just the Eusebius text alone, which is the subject of John Loken's paper. Okay, so what are the 5 reasons Loken gives us? Well, first, he says the circumstances of the vision are closely connected with an apostle of Jesus, Thaddeus, or Addai in the Syrian. So there is a personal connection between the vision and Jesus. Okay, cool, but so what? That's just an apostles are a natural choice. And many unhistorical later legends from the 2nd century and beyond utilize the apostles. So this in and of itself proves nothing. It does prove it's consistent. Okay. Mention is made in Eusebius of the Abgar story of events in Jerusalem, Jesus' mission there, his abasement, his being injured, crucified, being taken up to the Father. Nothing is said about his other miracles, the feeding of the 5,000, the wisdom, his parables, or his help for the poor. So John's saying, look, this legend is steeped in shroud-based, according to Eusebius. It is a Jesus Jerusalem passion background to the wonderful vision, and that seems to be important to it. So therefore, we can say, well, if it's associated with Jesus' death and passion, maybe it's a burial shroud. That makes sense, kind of thing, because there's a close link with the wonderful vision and Jesus' death and crucifixion in Jerusalem. Well, once again, this is a key part of the Jesus story, the most important part. So I just think, yeah, it's most likely to put a pagan kingdom conversion after the ministry of Jesus, who was only known for preaching to Jews in Israel and the Holy Land. And of course, these would be associated. Jesus' resurrection and ascension would be associated with the gospel message itself being spread around the world to pagans. So it does seem coincidental, like it's not even coincidental. It seems like that's a natural fit. It's way more probable they would associate a wonderful vision and put that at the time of Jesus' passion rather than, I don't know, earlier, someone shows up during the feeding of the 5,000 or when Jesus was a baby or getting baptized by John the Baptist. It just seems a natural choice. So I'm not impressed with these first 2 reasons myself so far. But again, John is just trying to argue that it's possible, and I'm assessing it under a harsher standard of, does this actually prove it's probable? And I'm finding the answer is no so far. 3, Abgar's remarkable experience when he meets the apostle of Jesus is to have a vision, and that is a visual religious experience. So he doesn't have an auditory thing, he doesn't hear anything, he doesn't have a tactile experience. And that's consistent with seeing the shroud images, right? It's a visual religious experience. Once again, many religious experiences were strictly visual or visual in nature. That's hardly rare or unique. I don't think this proves anything on a balance of probabilities at all. Number 4. Okay, so here is what I think is John's best point, and that has me scratching my head. Even to this day, I'm agnostic. I don't know what to make of it. There seems like there's something here on the Pro-Shroud side, and it's the fact that, look, number 4, the vision of Abgar sees involves a face, and in a rather odd way, right? Because the vision appeared, and the Greek word here is on, or it could be translated in the face of the apostle who came to Abgar. On the face or in the face, what the heck does that mean? I mean, other religious visions, and I confirm this by looking at Dr. Craig Keener's work. He's done extensive research on religious visions and the ancient context. And John Loken is right that other religious visions are not really known to be seen on the face or in the face of another person, as though the face were some kind of like projector screen or something like that. That's totally unique. I know of no other accounts in the ancient world that speak of religious visions on the face of somebody else. Usually you see something, you get theologically important content. So you see a person or a thing or something that is accompanied by a theologically important message or something like that. But it's never said to be on the face of someone else. And it comes completely devoid of any religiously significant content as well. So the wonderful vision, we just know it's on the face of. Well, what was the content? What was the message and that sort of thing? We're not given any details, and that is weird for religious visions, talk of religious visions or theophanies and that sort of thing. So yeah, and coincidentally, the image of Edessa, later known in the 6th century, we'll be learning about that in my next show, that just happened to be associated with the face of Jesus. It was primarily known as a facial image. So what's my response if I want to come back to it? Well, I do admit that it's weird. I don't know what is in the mind of this guy when he's saying the vision was on the face of. I just don't know what this legend has in mind here. And I do think that it depends mostly on later texts regarding the link with the 6th century. So we're relying on texts that post-date 500 AD, and they had the benefit of knowing about the doctrine of Adai, seeing the vision on the face of Adai. They developed on that in light of stuff that they knew in terms of the image of Edessa, but that's totally irrelevant to these ancient texts before the 6th century that date to 400 and 315 AD, respectively. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what this is talking about here. So this perhaps is a pro point in favor of maybe it is the shroud. He was holding up the face of Jesus on the Shroud of Turin, on a folded shroud. Okay, maybe. Okay, number 5. Here's the worst point that John brings up, and I actually think it counts against his notion that the wonderful vision are the shroud images. But he says, look, Eusebius relates that other people standing beside Abgar did not see the vision. It was only Abgar who saw it. And John Loken argues, well, that's consistent with the Turin Shroud's images because those body images are diffuse, right? They don't have definable borders. You can't really see them close up. You have to stand further back just to be able to see them in any capacity with the naked eye. And, the statement, quote unquote, only Abgar saw the vision could be a slightly fictionalized way of expressing the fact that anyone who looked at the shroud image, even its facial image, would have some difficulty recognizing its feature due to the scientifically proven feature on the Shroud of Turin's body images and facial image, known as the image diffuseness feature. So I just totally disagree with John. I don't think that image diffuseness is what the Abgar legend, at least in the ancient versions here, Eusebius and or the doctrine of Adai, that's not what the wonderful vision they're talking about when they say that the others didn't see it. I find that to be an improbable supposition. No, it seems to me that this is an inconsistency. They would have said, no, we saw the burial shroud. We saw the bloodstains. The bloodstains would have been visible even if the body images were diffuse and hard to see. And they would have reported about that, just like they reported about the letters and that sort of thing. So it's, I find it very improbable here. I know that later revisions say that Adai put the folded shroud on his own face and then held it up. But that's, again, we're getting into the 10th century here. And they've had lots of time to develop the legend and try to put the details together. That's totally irrelevant. That later harmonization is totally irrelevant to our assessment of Eusebius and or the doctrine of Adai here. So yeah, it just seems ad hoc to me, trying to say that this is about image diffuseness, when it's clear Eusebius and the oral tradition he's relying on are probably not talking about anything physical at all. But we'll take a look at that when we look at some alternatives. But I don't know. I find that this is a problematic element in trying to interpret this as image diffuseness. It's possible. I would even argue it's plausible. There's more than there's a 5% or more probability that it's true. I think it's improbable on the face of it. Now, bear in mind, John Loken is saying, well, yeah, but it's a garbled memory. Of course, you can't read the legend at face value. That's not necessarily what's going on, but there was a garbled memory that happened where Adai showed Abgar the Shroud of Turin images, the facial images, and it was talking about image diffuseness, but over time, the tradition got garbled through garbled memories and stuff like that. And then they added details where, okay, it sounds like it's inconsistent with the shroud kind of thing, because those bits that would have explained what we're talking about got removed. But again, I just find it improbable that, yeah, the shroud would be totally forgotten about, but the letters wouldn't be. And that, yeah, yet it's referring to the image diffuseness thing in a garbled fashion. I don't know. Yeah, I'll just say that it's less 50% or less proven, and therefore this doesn't prove a direct link on a balance of probabilities. So yeah, it's really 0.4 that has me thinking that maybe there's something to the Pro-Shroud case in terms of linking this wonderful vision and saying that they are the shroud images. What does it mean to have a wonderful vision on the face or in the face of an apostle? Well, let's look at what some of the shroud skeptics have come up with and secular historians have come up with as alternative explanations. So the first one is by a famous shroud skeptic named Charles Freeman, as well as Andrea Nicolati. And they argue for the transformed face or the transfiguration face interpretation as to what the wonderful vision is. And they say, well, look, the wonderful vision on Adai's face entails that Adai's face is transformed, transfigured with light, and that shows that he is miraculous. John Loken counters, yeah, but neither of the passages in Eusebius nor the doctrine of Adai mention anything about the face being transformed or transfigured. No, they just mentioned that there was a vision on the face and that sort of thing. So there does seem to be no mistake here in the Greek word choice that's being used and the Syrian word choice that's being used by the authors, whereby a vision implies some kind of meaningful content or imagery of shapes, figures, or beings. And every language, including Greek, Hebrew, Aramaic, Syriac, they all differentiate mere light from religious visions, light shining out from someone's face, for example, like Moses or Jesus during the Transfiguration. And Loken argues these words don't share the same vocabulary roots, and he would have used these words if that's what he was trying to intend. And he gives an example, even Matthew's version of Jesus' transfiguration, where his face shone like the sun. That's nowhere close to the words used to describe Abgar's vision on the face of Thaddeus. Furthermore, Freeman and Nicolati ignore the possibility that the shroud was folded up so as to reveal only the face on it. And was then perhaps raised up by Adai to face level, ceremoniously. So yes, as biased Shroud skeptics, they don't even want to consider that it could be the Shroud. I admit these guys are horribly biased. But I'm pro-Shroud. I'll consider the possibility, but again, possibilities are not probability here, and I don't know. I think it's a bit of a stretch to think that that's what's going on here when we're describing a wonderful vision. But anyways, yeah. So basically, these Shroud skeptics' criticisms are somewhat plausible in themselves, but they do seem to read too much and sometimes too little into the text. I agree with that. They never allow for hints or veiled language in the text. So yeah, that just comes again from their bias because they don't want to allow for the obvious fact of the discipline of the secret that existed in the early church. That said, this is, I think, one of the better explanations, the transformed or transfigured face. I do recognize that there's differences and that sort of thing. So there's probably something else beyond just a shining face that's being spoken of here in terms of a wonderful vision. Okay, so the next alternative interpretation is known as the blind Abgar interpretation. This is by a scholar named J.D. Siegel. And these guys are scholars outside of the Shroud field. They don't know or care about the Shroud of Turin. But J.D. Siegel, he says in his work on Edessa that King Abgar V was known as Ukama the Black. And that's an obscure king about whom very little is known. So perhaps he suffered blindness and received his epithet, the Black, for that reason. Well, John Loken conclusively refutes this nonsense interpretation, in my opinion, with four main problems. Firstly, more probable reasons for Abgar's the nickname the Black can exist, right? Perhaps his eyes were black, or his hair was black, or both. Maybe his skin complexion was notably darker, or typically he wore dark clothing. I mean, any number of alternatives. So maybe his demeanor was even black and dour and stuff like that. So, assuming, well, the Black meant he was blind. Come on now, you're reading into that. That is immensely ad hoc. Also, secondly, labeling a man the Black due to his blindness seems odd. That doesn't seem like what you would call him. Why not just call him Abgar the Blind? That's what they did back in those ancient days. Thirdly, blind rulers are rare and usually don't last long in power, whereas Abgar V lasted from 13 AD to 50 AD. Very unlikely if he was blind, because his rivals would have taken advantage and gotten rid of the guy. And finally, fourthly, it does seem a bit of a stretch that the vision passage, wonderful vision in Eusebius, is indicating Abgar's blindness and then subsequent sight of the Shroud of Turin. Now, the passage seems to be saying the opposite, that his eyesight was superior to those with normal vision, and that's why he alone got to see these Shroud images. So, yeah, no scholars since Siegel have supported the idea that Abgar was literally blind, and the Abgar's vision is, he got to see the Shroud of Turin, and then his eyesight was restored from his blindness. That seems very improbable as an interpretation. All right, so let's move on to the third interpretation, and I'll just take a break for a second here. Okay. So then the third interpretation by a skeptic, James Cork Webster, came in 2017, and this was the political interpretation, I should call it. Basically, it just says, look, Abgar bows to Jesus. That's representative to the amazement of his court, that Abgar prostrated himself before Thaddeus, and all those standing by were astounded. Such prostration in the East sent a potent political message that Jesus achieves easily that with which Rome's representatives had struggled. So it's a purely political interpretation. That's all that's going on here is politics. Now, obviously, John Loken counters this, and I totally agree with him. Look, the wonderful vision is interpreted only in terms of Abgar's political response. The scene is all about political respect or submission, and the interpretation actually omits entirely the presence of the wonderful vision altogether. It doesn't interpret what the wonderful vision is. It just gets rid of it and says, let's ignore that part of the legend here. So yeah, this is horrible. This is an utter failure. Cork Webster, he implies that those standing by were astounded merely by Abgar's bow to Thaddeus or the Adai, and yeah, it just ignores the fact that Eusebius is talking about the vision, and it's Eusebius's full passage on the vision that clarifies for us that they had not seen the vision, and that's what amazed them. It was the vision. This guy wants to get rid of the vision. No, there was no vision, nothing to see there. But when he bowed down to him, that showed respect and submission politically to this disciple. That's what astonished those in King Abgar's court. But yeah, in Eusebius, that just blatantly contradicts the text, because their astonishment is caused by their surprise due to their ignorance of the vision. This is what Eusebius himself tells us in the text. You can't just ignore the text like that. So yeah, this is a total failure. It may have some truth to it. There may be some political aspects involved or political undertones, but it's definitely secondary to the theological or religious and supernatural event that took place, resulting in the conversion of Abgar. So yeah, the blindness and the political things are total failures. The transfiguration interpretation, I think, is probably the best of the three so far. Okay, well, here's a fourth interpretation. Abgar as the Apostle Paul. This is by H.W. Drivers, and he wrote that Abgar's vision passage is, he wrote about it in 1982, and he says, look, there is a similarity between Paul's conversion story and King Abgar's, right? So he's trying to say it's a theophany. Jesus appeared to, in some way, in a theophany type experience, and that's what King Abgar saw. And he tries to point to certain similarities, right? Number one, look, Paul is described as having a religious vision or experience. I would say that's number one, that's totally wrong. When I get to the historical evidence for the resurrection, Paul had an appearance. Read Paul before Luke Acts, first of all, right? And even Luke Acts doesn't say that he had a vision, but Paul says he had an appearance, not a vision. He knows how to define between the two, but Drivers isn't really a proper biblical scholar. He's just a historian, secular historian on Syriac or Syrian issues. But yeah, he's totally out to lunch when he says that Paul had a vision. He did not. But let's say, for the sake of argument, this is what he says. Great. Paul had a vision using the same Greek word, horama, and that's later used by Eusebius for Abgar's vision. So the same Greek word for vision is being used. In both cases, the men are depicted as experiencing something supernatural. They both move downward after their experience, Paul falling to the ground and Abgar prostrating himself before the disciple Adai. Also in Acts, those accompanying Paul did not see anything. Just like in King Abgar's case, the nobles did not see the vision that King Abgar did. Outside of that, in the Doctrine of Adai, in Acts chapter 9, verse 10, mentions another vision experienced by a follower of Jesus named Ananias. Remember Ananias in the Doctrine of Adai? Oh, right. That was the guy who painted the portrait of Jesus and then came back. So Ananias befriends Paul in Acts of the Apostles, and in Eusebius' account of the Abgar story, he mentions a certain Ananias as the messenger of Abgar to Jesus. So yeah, the Ananias in Acts soon lays hands on Paul to cure his resultant blindness, and Thaddeus lays hands on Abgar to cure his terrible disease as well. So there are plenty of similarities here, but what are the problems? And once again, I agree with John Loken's take on this. There are even more differences between the two scenes. For example, in Acts, Paul is an enemy of Christianity up to that moment. Well, King Abgar is not. He's pro-Christianity. He's like, hey, I've heard about your miracles. I believe in you, buddy. Get over here. And Jesus says, whoa, I compliment you on your faith. That's totally opposite. Other differences, look, the phenomenon is initially described as a light from heaven, while the content of Abgar's vision is not described at all. It's only stated to be a vision and on the face of Adai. And other differences, Paul hears the voice of Jesus speaking vivid words, so there's an auditory element, providing meaningful religious content. But Abgar hears nothing in his experience. There's no mention of what the religious content is to the vision. And no reference is made to any face in the Apostle Paul's case, whereas King Abgar's vision does involve the vision being on or in the face of the disciples. So there are tons of differences here. I don't think that King Abgar is based on the Apostle Paul experience. I think it's its own legend, it's its own thing that they're recounting here. But I do think there could be something to do with the theophany. I am partial to saying it may be equally probable that the wonderful vision is some kind of transfiguration like theophany type conversion story. That sounds very plausible to me, and maybe what Eusebius and the Doctrine of Adai have in mind when they're describing the wonderful vision. But here's a fifth interpretation. So a literal portrait of Jesus. Remember, the Doctrine of Adai does reference a literal painting of Jesus's face being brought to Edessa before Jesus died and before Adai came to Edessa to convert him. Now, some researchers think that this is kind of inspired by the this detail came in around in the 3rd century, because during this great crisis of the Roman Empire, paintings of a pagan, of Mani in the Manichaeism, pagan religion of Manichaeism, that became a thing in the 3rd century where they would display portraits of Mani, and that played a role in his disciples' missionary efforts. So Drivers, who's an actual expert in Manichaeism here, might want to see the link here and say, well, maybe this influenced the legend and it became contaminated by 400 AD. The Doctrine of Adai is getting mixed up and adding this legendary embellishment about paintings of Jesus and that sort of thing. So I just wanted to mention that. But yeah, other than that, it's clear Eusebius doesn't mention any paintings at all. So yeah, the earliest known dates for such claims are uncertain. And there's differences in the Mani thing. Mani never converted. King Sharper of the Persian Empire. None of Mani's portraits were faint or hard to see. They were clearly defined bordered paintings, regular paintings. And none of them that he's aware of seems to have had sweat stains on it and have been intended to have been made of sweat. Now that sweat thing is, again, post a consideration in Abgar legends from post 500 AD, such as in the Sermon of Gregory Referendaris in 944 AD. We're going to look at that more in the next episode and partially a little bit here, but these are totally irrelevant. The sweat thing is totally irrelevant to these pre-500 AD texts. They don't talk about sweat or anything like that. So yeah, I think that this is a failure. I don't think that in the 1st century Jewish context in 30 AD, Jesus allowed his portrait to be painted, and that was somehow shown to the king of Edessa, and that got mixed up as the wonderful vision that he was seeing. That just seems improbable to me. So all of these Shroud skeptical interpretations seem like failures to me. The only ones that seem like they might be equally probable is the theophany type experience that may be combined with or the transfiguration type experience. But again, the transfiguration thing is not a vision in itself. So there would have to be some kind of theophany vision. And that theophany type experience was displayed on or in the face of Adai. I still don't quite know how to explain that. What is in the minds? What does that mean? Maybe it is. He held up the shroud images to his face, as later revisions of the Abgar legend say. That fits the data. Is there anything else that could fit the data? I don't know. So let's get into my overall assessment of the King Abgar legend as disclosed in these two ancient texts, Eusebius and the Doctrine of Adai, prior to 500 AD. I want to go into an assessment of that And afterwards, I will briefly touch upon some of the later post 500 AD texts, talking about the King Abgar thing very briefly. And most of my assessment will be in the next episode of those later texts. But that's the plan. So let me just take a break. Hang on. Okay, so so I'm just picking up again, and hold on from current slide. So I am not going to do what I just said. I'm going to save my assessment. I'm going to save, because we're just out of time, I'm going to save all of my assessment of the revised or updated text, Abgar Legend texts, as part of my evaluation of the 501 to 1000 AD texts. So I'll save that for later, just because it's going to take too much time, and this episode's already over 2 hours or something like that. And I'm going to save my assessment for the Abgar Legend on the basis of the two ancient texts, Eusebius and the Doctrine of Vitae, for the end. For right now, let's look at the alternative Pro-Shroud hypothesis and compare that for this period between 30 to 500 AD. And this is Jack Markwart's image of Camilliana, basically saying that from 30 to 500 AD, the Shroud of Turin started in Jerusalem, and unlike Edessa, it ended up in ancient Antioch for the first 500 plus years of the Shroud's existence. So, as I said in this theory, unlike the Edessa, Antioch, in terms of plausibility, has a established claim to holding Passion relics, wholly apart from the Shroud. So therefore, it's plausible and logical to conclude that maybe all of the preserved Passion relics probably would have been transported together at the same time to Antioch as a safe haven. We've got tons of archaeological findings in Antioch finding Passion relics in this area. So, for example, in 1910, local Arabs unearthed at the traditional site of Antioch's ancient cathedral a silver chalice comprised of an unfinished inner cup and a finished outer holder akin to a reliquary, which was exquisitely decorated with 10 human fingers in two groups of 5. Ooh, kind of grotesque there, right? Well, Professor William Newbold has noted that only in the middle of the 1st century did 2 groups of 5 men each govern the respective churches of Jerusalem and Antioch. And only at that time would a Christian religious object have displayed such a depiction. And so he says this relic is dated to the 1st century and considered genuine by many archaeological and scientific authorities. The Great Chalice of Antioch has been called a most sacred cup and is plausibly the one which served the Lord and his disciples at the Last Supper. Now, just to contrast, there are many historians, most historians and secular historians dispute that, and they'll say, well, no, the Great Chalice, that wasn't a true Passion relic from the 1st century. It's an ancient forgery dating from the 4th or 5th centuries. So there's debate about this. There's controversy whether it's genuine or not. But the point here is that, again, it's Antioch that is associated with these Passion relics. And that also includes during the Crusades in 1098, captured in Antioch was the lance when the Crusaders got surrounded by a Muslim force. And one of the Crusader knights found the Holy Lance of Longinus. So I'm just going to play a little clip, a 4-minute clip here from the History Channel on the lance being found in Antioch. So let's listen to that.
Yagi Sheehan's message had gotten through. The day after...
Actually, let me just confirm that I'm sharing my sound as well, because that... All right, so here come the Muslims surrounding the Crusaders held up in Antioch in 1098 during the First Crusade.
After his execution, the Turkish reinforcements finally arrived. The Christian besiegers would now become the besieged. In June 1098, after an 8-month siege, the Crusaders had finally taken the ancient city of Antioch. Ironically, they had traded places with their enemy, The Christians were now the ones imprisoned behind its walls. The Turks, on the outside, ready to besiege.
This is a pretty desperate situation. Morale is rock bottom. Everybody is frightened, and quite reasonably so. They look as though they're dead. And in this desperate situation, the basic motivation of the Crusaders comes out. Their belief, the belief of the leading members, that somehow God is on their side.
Benedicat vos omnipotens Deus, Pater et Filius et Spiritus Sanctus. Amen.
The Crusaders prayed for a miracle. And they got one. News spread that God had sent word to a Crusader in a vision.
Well, we have to distinguish visions from imaginations. A real vision comes from God, actually. Yeah, it is the work of the Holy Spirit.
The Crusader was only a lowly priest from France, but his vision would inspire an entire army.
He was a pilgrim by the name of Peter Bartholomew. One night, so he said, St. Andrew the Apostle appeared to him and said, "Know, my son, that if you go to the church of the Blessed Peter in the city of Antioch, there you shall find the Holy Lance, the spear with which our Saviour Jesus Christ was pierced when he was hanging on the cross." And he swore that the whole story was true.
The real spear that pierced Christ's side has not been seen in centuries. To find the Holy Lance now, at a time of deep crisis, would be to establish a powerful connection between the Crusaders and Christ.
There can't be real relics of Christ because Jesus rose from the dead and he went up to his Father in heaven. So there are no remains. So it cannot be. Only what has touched him or what he has touched, like the cross or the Holy Lance.
It's very significant that he seizes upon the idea of a simple relic, nothing complex, a simple relic, a signal from God that everybody can focus on, that is unarguable, undisputable. It isn't a story, it isn't just a vision, it's a solid metal token of God's will.
Peter Bartholomew handpicked his own band of 12 disciples and dashed to the small church to dig up the floor, where he claimed the Holy Lance was buried. After a day and night of frantic digging, hope had begun to fail. But Peter himself leaped into the pit inside the church and pulled out a piece of rusty metal.
There you have it, the Spear of Longinus, found in the cathedral in Antioch. Now, the point is, obviously, historians dispute these medieval later accounts and stuff, and you know, the Spear of Longinus, no one really believes it's probably a fraud in real life. But that's not the point. The point is, everyone associates passion relics with Antioch, not just in the medieval period, the modern period, but even back, as we're going to see as we evaluate the image of Kameliana or the image of God incarnate hypothesis. Even back in ancient times, Antioch, not Edessa, was associated with the passion relics. Okay, so let's move on here. So moving on in our assessment, one thing about the image of Kameliana is there is an ad hoc component, because this hypothesis posits that the cloth remained in Antioch during some 2.5 centuries of Roman persecutions, and it was totally not mentioned. It was hidden, kept secret from the pagan authorities as well, as per the ancient discipline of the secret. However, Jack Markwardt, in order to understand, because there is this data point of the Abgar legend, it existed in ancient times. So if the shroud was in Antioch and never in Edessa, assuming that the shroud represents the wonderful vision, what is the Abgar legend talking about with the wonderful vision? Well, Jack provides kind of an ad hoc hypothesis where he's like, well, maybe the shroud was taken from Antioch temporarily to Edessa in the late 2nd century. The King Abgar VIII converted him, and then it was brought back to Antioch. Or maybe the King Abgar VIII converted to Christianity first, and then as a reward, because he was the first Christian king in all of history, they brought temporarily the shroud from Antioch to Edessa, showed him, putting that idea into his head. It was folded into a tetradiplon, so he just saw the facial image, thereby spurning the embers or the roots of what would become the Abgar legend that we were studying in the image of Edessa. Then it was brought back to Antioch, and not talking about stuff like that, kind of kept under wraps. It wasn't publicly shown to people for at least a couple of centuries. But yeah, for some reason it was taken to King Abgar VIII, possibly in 190 AD. So that might be a bit of an ad hoc component. Why only then? You'd have to get into that. Again, this image of God incarnate or Kameliana hypothesis doesn't have to posit that it was taken to Edessa at any point, and it would lose the ad hocness, but then it would lack explanatory scope because, okay, well, how do you explain the Abgar legend as disclosed in the 2 ancient texts, perhaps, right? What's the explanation for that? And on this thing, I don't think it's too much of a problem for Jack Markwardt's image of God incarnate or Kameliana hypothesis, because again, it's very vague, as we saw. It just says he had a wonderful vision. There isn't any specific mention, at least in the pre-500 AD texts, of any shroud images or shroud cloth being shown. So there isn't really that much of a problem if you just take out Edessa altogether from this theory, perhaps. Okay, so why is Jesus' appearance unknown and there are no mentions? And so this theory, unlike the other one, for the first 500 years, there does seem to be a variety and mix, or sorry, there are no explicit texts here that we can appeal to that date from the period directly telling us about the shroud being brought to Antioch and stuff like that. So there is a difference there. We have no direct, explicit textual sources from 500 AD or earlier talking about the shroud being brought to Antioch and that sort of thing. Now, how does the image of Kameliana theory, obviously during the first 400 to 500 years, there is this mixture of Jesus' appearance. It's kind of unknown. And we have this famous quote from Augustine in the 4th century that Ian Wilson likes to say, right? Where it's, the portraits of Jesus are quote unquote innumerable in concept and design. We do not know of his external appearance, nor that of his mother. They had no idea that they depicted him in the 2nd century, 3rd century in the Greco-Roman, clean-shaven, short, curly hair. That was the predominant view for the first 500 years or so. And there are the traditional image of Jesus or the Syrian image of Jesus, which is where Antioch is the capital of Syria, with the longer hair or curly long hair and a beard, like the Shroud Man and stuff like that. So there's a mixture, and nobody's quite sure what the Shroud Man looks like. So that's a data point that needs to be explained. And obviously the image of Edessa theory explains that well, because in the 1st century, right in the mid-1st century, it was hidden in the Edessan wall, lost and forgotten about. The people who buried it were killed by the pagan persecutors, and it was forgotten about. They lost it for 500 years. So that's why, they had no clue what Jesus looked like. They forgot about the shroud. They didn't know. This Antioch theory is a bit different because it wasn't lost for the first couple hundred years afterwards. The bishops knew about it. Now, they weren't publicly showing it all the time, but the bishops would have had ready access to it and stuff like that, the Bishop of Antioch. and a few others and stuff like that. So yeah, why is there this mixture and stuff? Well, I think it's explained equally by this theory that they're not publicly showing the shroud for the first couple hundred years or so. They're keeping it secret as per the discipline of the secret. They don't want people to reveal that they've got the burial shroud of Christ with images on it, miraculous images on it, because then the enemies, the Jews or the Judaizing Christians and or the pagan Romans will come and confiscate it and destroy it. So that's why they don't tell the rest of the world or let the public at large know, and therefore it's as good as lost for them. They have no clue. Augustine, no clue. So yeah, during the first century, 3 centuries of its existence, the Christian church at Antioch was continually threatened with extinction and Roman imperial persecutions. Multiple examples. For example, in 115 AD, the city produced several martyrs, including Bishop Ignatius of Antioch, who was taken to Rome and killed by wild beasts. In 180, the appellation Christian was still considered an evil name in Antioch. And during the reign of Decius, that's a nasty bugger, Decius, one of the worst human beings that ever existed. Hitler looks like a saint next to this persecutor of Christians. But yeah, he did a huge persecution on Christians, forcing them to sign their name to a pagan sacrifice or something. So yeah, anyways, this Decius, this piece of work over here, this pagan Roman emperor, he went after the bishop of Antioch and arrested him and killed him, let him die in prison. After that, the Emperor Valerian, 253 to 260 AD, responsible for particularly severe persecutions. And he used, guess what? Not Edessa, Antioch as the base for his military campaigns against Persia. And from 303 to 305, well, we all know what that is. That's the Great Persecution, the worst persecution of Christians in all of human history under the Roman Emperor Diocletian. What an evil bugger. But yeah, he was well known for destroying churches, burning the scriptures, banning Christian worship. Man, that guy, Diocletian, glad he's dead. But anyways, enough jokes. You can tell I've been recording this for a while. But the point is, look, many people, Christians in Antioch, were martyred, as well as their bishop being condemned to the marble quarries of Pannonia. And Diocletian's underling, Galerius, who was a co-emperor in the east, during the Tetrarchy, the rule of 4. And Galerius prosecuted the Christians in the eastern portion of the empire up until 311 AD. And at Antioch specifically, this was the site of his own imperial residence. So he had lots of martyrs slowly roasted on open fires as he satanically watched with glee. And just for you Christians, don't worry, God got back at him, because right at the end of his life, he had some kind of gut infection that ultimately killed him. But man, it was terribly painful. And he actually, because of that judgment from God, he felt scared. So he begged the Christians, please, we will stop persecuting you. He reversed the Great Persecution. This is right before Constantine took over. And he begged the Christians to pray for him. And the Christians said, no, go to hell. And he died in terrible agony and pain. So that's, you might say that's sweet justice and stuff like that. But I will say that the Christians at the time were actually sinning on that front, because we should pray for our enemies. And that may have been an opportunity and stuff. So yeah, they did the wrong thing. But that's just a little bit of a historical lesson for you about good old Galerius there as one of the co-emperors under Diocletian. And obviously this great persecution, that's what led to Constantine. And finally, Christianity was officially recognized or tolerated at the Edict of Milan religion and that sort of thing. But obviously, yeah, during this rather extended period of persecution, this is why all of the Passion relics in Antioch were kept concealed. They didn't want to have them confiscated or destroyed by anyone persecuting them. So yeah, that's why they basically kept it hidden. And obviously, if there were images on the shroud, they wanted to keep it away from iconoclastic Jews and Christians as well, because Antioch had a bunch of different heretical and Orthodox Christians in it, just like Edessa was kind of a mixture of different types of Christians. Okay, so moving on. Then when the Emperor Constantine ended imperial persecution of Christianity in 313, you might say, Orthodox church leaders, the church in Antioch, now you can start publicly showing the shroud images. But we hear that you don't do that. So what happened? Well, that's because now Orthodox church leaders instituted ecclesiastical persecutions against Arians. The church in Antioch was majority Arians. The bishop of Antioch during this time was an Arian, a heretic. And, we on the Pro-Shroud side, maybe it doesn't bother me as a Protestant, but maybe Catholics and Eastern Orthodox might, you mean a holy passion relic, the Shroud of Turin, or the shroud that covered the body of Christ with miraculous images was controlled by Arians? Oh, I don't like that. That's an inconvenient historical fact, but that's just the fact of nature. That's the fact of this time. Arians were the majority, and they controlled the church in Antioch that would have housed the shroud under this theory. Obviously the Orthodox church leaders started persecuting the Arians, so they kept the shroud hidden even after Constantine made it legal. And even after 323 AD, after Constantine defeated Licinius, his co-emperor, and began to enforce the Edict of Milan in Antioch, there were still several compelling reasons to keep the relic secret. Iconoclasm in the East, right? Remember Eusebius, hardcore iconoclast. He was almost the bishop of Antioch. They wanted to destroy images because that would lead to idolatry. And I tend to agree with these guys, but not with respect to the shroud. Just if you're venerating these images, Eusebius doesn't like you and thinks you're committing idolatry, and I tend to agree with him. I think that it is possibly idolatry in a religious context. There's also the imperial relic appropriation. So obviously Constantine, it's not so much are they going to destroy it, but now are they going to confiscate it and bring it to Rome? Remember Constantine's mom, Helena. She went to Jerusalem and took a whole bunch of stuff, even the steps from Pontius Pilate, and took that back to Rome. So they didn't want to lose the shroud to the imperial collection. And finally, there is the Arianism and Antioch schism that took place after 325, after the Council of Nicaea made the Arians illegal. They came into conflict again with their Orthodox emperor and his counterparts in Antioch. And in 330, the Orthodox bishop of Antioch was actually removed from office and sent into exile. And when Constantine attempted to interfere in the appointment of his successor, 2 bishops, one Arian and the other Orthodox, were elected, and this put the Church of Antioch in a divided state of schism at that time in the 330s. And that schism lasted for the next 80 years. So again, you can see the Arian bishops and church people that knew about the shroud and passion relics are not going to reveal it publicly during this time. Same deal after Constantine's dead. After he died, his 3 sons took over, 2 of which were Orthodox, and so can't reveal it then, one of which was Arian. And the good news is by 350, one of them died, and in 357, the other died. So there was a brief period of about 6 years in Antioch where the Arians there was an Arian emperor, Christian emperor, and the Arians controlled the church and Antioch as a whole. There was no Orthodox opposition. And it's speculated under this theory, Jack says, maybe they started finally showing the shroud publicly, because right around this time, in the mid-late 4th century, we start getting some interesting archaeological findings of the traditional Jesus, long hair and a beard, starting to come into the West in other ways. So in Syria itself, for example, archaeologists have discovered a 4th century tomb. In 4th century tombs, certain amulets and molded figures connected with the life and passion of Christ, including a zigzag lance, the cup of the Last Supper, and so-called objects from the resurrection of Lazarus. And that's meant to be the linens of Jesus Christ, and they don't want the Orthodox in the West to find out, so they're calling it the linens of Christ. The passion relics from the linens of Lazarus. Okay, so that's what he says here. And this is a thing even by secular historians. Professor Gustavus Eisen concluded that these artifacts had in fact been modeled upon actual sacred objects that were once kept in seclusion in Antioch for their safety and were later lost when concealment upon the approach of persecution or war. In the East, the Abgar legend was suddenly modified by the doctrine of Adi to include, for the very first time, mention of a non-miraculous and painted portrait of Jesus. So this is Jack's explanation, the image of God incarnate hypothesis' explanation for, well, what about the doctrine of Adi? Why after Eusebius by 400 AD were they talking about a picture or painting of Jesus? Where did that come from? Jack says, it's because they finally, in 357 to 362 AD, that period of 5 years, they started showing the shroud publicly because it was finally safe for them to do it. No fear of persecution. And then we get this explosion of evidence. And we get the Abgar legend in the Doctrine of Adi talking about a painted image of Jesus. And you know, the syndonic image itself has always been described as not being made by human hands. So perhaps an artistic copy of the shroud face was painted in Antioch during this time. And that was what was taken to Edessa before the close of the 4th century. And at that time, they heard legends about a cloth and that sort of thing. And, you know, that developed over the centuries until the 6th century when we start getting mentions, perhaps. To the west, there suddenly appeared during the Theodosian era distinctly shroud-like depictions of Christ with a long, narrow, and majestic face, mustache, and medium-length beard, and having long hair falling upon his shoulders, sometimes parted in the center, sometimes not. For example, we had a sarcophagus located, dated to around 350 to 360, and it shows Jesus with a lengthened face and long unparted hair. So yeah, beginning in about 370, the classic shroud-like Christ began to be depicted in sarcophagi, now to be found in Rome, Arles, Milan, and the Vatican, that depict a shroud-like Jesus that we understand today. So it's explaining where these, again, they were the minority in the time, but it's starting to become more prevalent. Why would that be? Well, it's because, according to this hypothesis, they finally started publicly showing the Shroud of Turin, just for a period of 5 years, though. And we'll find out why did it only last 5 years when we get to the next slide. But yeah, basically, this is circumstantial evidence that I think demonstrates is consistent and provides the criterion of illumination for Jack's theory here on the image of God incarnate hypothesis. It explains why this explosion came about only in the mid to late 4th century in terms of seeing shroud-like Jesus depictions, not the Greco-Roman style Jesus depictions. The image of Edessa hypothesis lacks explanatory scope on that front. It totally fails because, look, it's hidden and forgotten about during this time. The mid-4th century, it's hidden in an Edessan wall, and nobody's going to find it until the mid-6th century, you know, early to mid-6th century. So where did this explosion come from? Well, the image of Edessa hypothesis and the Abgar legend lacks explanatory scope, whereas Jack Markwardt's image of God incarnate or image of Kameliana hypothesis has good explanatory scope. It explains this weird mid to late 4th century only explosion of kind of depicting shroud-like Jesuses. Okay, so what happened now? Why wasn't it becoming well known then in the mid 4th century? Why don't we get texts talking about it? And you know, why don't we get this great standardization of what Jesus looked like? How come Augustine in the 5th century says he doesn't have a dang clue what Christ looked like? Well, here's what happened. So in 361, the Arian emperor Constantius died about 44, and he was succeeded by his cousin Julian. And Julian was a confirmed pagan. the last pagan emperor to ever rule, thankfully. But on October 22nd, 362, the Emperor Julian visited not Edessa, but Antioch. And it just so happened a fire struck at the pagan temple of Apollo, and it damaged both the roof and as well as the statue of the god. And even though Julian himself knew that the fire was probably caused by a pagan worshiper who was not handling his candles properly, blame was falsely laid upon the Christians. Geez, these Romans, just like Nero, time and nothing new under the sun. But basically, blame was laid at the Christians, and the Emperor Pagan Julian, he ordered the great cathedral to be closed, its liturgical vessels and other treasures to be confiscated. Oops. Well, when the Count of the East, Julian's uncle, closed the Golden Basilica in Antioch and attempted to confiscate its sacred objects, the treasurer of the cathedral resisted. And this is what our ancient sources, he resisted them by hiding them in the Golden Basilica, and or the cloth was hidden, and or the Passion relics were hidden out somewhere else within the city's walls. And for the cloth, under this theory, Jack says it was hidden above the city's wall at the gate of the cherubim. And how do we know? So this is what we know from secular history kind of thing, right? And we know, for example, Herodotus, it says, this is what the historical text, Herodotus, so this is the treasurer, for this was his name, refused to deliver some objects which he had hidden, and it is said suffered torture and final executions rather than reveal some important secret. What that secret was is not known, but we may conclude that it referred to the treasure which he had hidden and whose hiding place he refused to divulge. So perhaps what his secret was is that he hid the Shroud of Turin's images in the city's wall at the gate of the cherubim, or in the Golden Basilica itself. So it's now Professor Eisen again. He concluded that the earliest Grail legends attempted to account for the loss of a real sacred object known in the 4th century Syria, and that these stories reflected a passionate desire to locate and recover such objects from concealment. So remember, that's what I was saying. The Holy Grail legends are explained by this hypothesis as well, based on the loss of the shroud images in 362 AD, because they were hidden in the wall. Herodotus was obviously tortured and killed, and dead men tell no tales. The location of the shroud, it became lost thanks to Julian's punitive measures. Now, Julian thankfully only ruled for 2 years. He was dead in 363 AD, and he never, according to secular history, Antioch's the only place he ever persecuted. He never went after other Christians in other cities, namely because he had no time to. The guy was dead before he could do what he wanted to and bring on paganism, thankfully. But that's what happened. The shroud was then lost for about 175 years. It was hidden above the city's gate of the cherubim and remained lost and forgotten about until after 500 AD sometime, when Antioch's walls were destroyed, and then as they were being reconstructed, it was rediscovered. And we even have a quote from a text dating to the 6th century saying that, quote unquote, a very awesome icon bearing the likeness of our Savior Jesus Christ appeared in the Keration, which was the city district just adjacent to the gate of the cherubim. And it was reported from that image that it was a full-bodied Jesus had emerged, removed his tunic, so he was naked. Ooh, only the Shroud of Turin is naked that I know about. In this time, depicting Jesus naked, are you nuts? No way. That would be very... what's the taboo at that time. And also he'd revealed several linen undergarments. Interesting. Sounds like the shroud to me. And that's very early. And this is in Antioch, not Edessa. Now, one thing I just want to note here, obviously we'll get into the latter bit later in the next episode when we evaluate the 6th century, post 500 AD texts. So obviously this is going a bit beyond, right? But up until 500 AD, It's hidden and lost and forgotten about in the city's gate of the cherubim. Now, note that Pro-Shroud blogger Stephen Jones, he actually disagrees with Jack Markwardt. He agrees with Markwardt that it was taken to Antioch and not Edessa, but he says that in 380 AD, it wasn't, sorry, in 362, it wasn't hidden in the gate and lost. No, it was kept around until 380 when it was brought to the city of Ravenna. And he presents some evidence as to why he thinks it was brought to Ravenna under the Emperor Theodosius. Now, I will say this, in a subsequent blog, I've linked to both the blogs here, Stephen Jones does correct himself and say that, hey, the Ravenna hypothesis, historical horse trash. He doesn't believe it himself anymore. So it's not true that the shroud was taken to Ravenna. Otherwise, that would be kind of a third alternative that we would look at. But yeah, even Stephen Jones himself now discredits his own hypothesis about the Ravenna issue. But yeah, Stephen Jones does raise some important issues about it being hidden in 362 in the gate of the cherubim walls. And he raises certain explanatory power or, oh, wait, okay, so here's the evidence in favor of it, and we'll get to Stephen Jones. Why does he disagree with Jack about it being hidden in the walls in 362? So let's first start with the positive side here. So on explanatory power, we actually have some circumstantial textual support. So in the 4th century, Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, affirmed that a quote-unquote icon of our Holy Lord and Savior had been in Jerusalem up to the year 68 AD, when it was taken from Judea to Syria, the province that Antioch was the capital of, and was still present in Syria in Athanasius's day. Now, this is pretty good circumstantial evidence that, hey, it's saying, Athanasius is saying, look, it went from Judea to Syria, not Edessa, but to Antioch, Syria. And guess what? It's still there to this day during my lifetime. So that's incredible. This is really good evidence. And even Stephen Jones, this is one of the reasons Stephen Jones goes for Antioch. And the image of Edessa, or the Abgar legend, again, it's hidden in an Edessan wall, forgotten about. It can't explain. What the heck is Athanasius talking about then here? What is the icon of our Holy Lord and Savior that was taken from Judea to Syria? And anyways, here's reading the text. But 2 years before Titus and Vespasian sacked the city, the faithful and disciples of Christ were warned by the Holy Spirit to depart from the city and go to the kingdom of King Agrippa. Because at the time Agrippa was a Roman ally, leaving the city, they went to his regions and carried everything relating to our faith at that time, even the icon with certain other ecclesiastical objects, those would be the Passion relics, according to Jack, removed, and they today still remain in Syria. I possess this information as handed down to me from my migrating parents and by hereditary right. It is plain and certain why the icon of our Holy Lord and Savior came from Judea to Syria. Incredible. The image of Edessa hypothesis, what is this? Are they just talking about a regular old icon here? I don't think so. At least not in the light of our background knowledge that Antioch, not Edessa, is associated with the Passion relics and Passion icons. Okay, so Athanasius's icon of our Holy Lord and Savior, which had been in Jerusalem up to the year 68, seems to fit the shroud images, as no other icon or painting of Jesus would have been acceptable to iconoclastic Jewish Christians in Jerusalem in the 1st century. Are you kidding me? No, what they must be talking about shroud images. That's what Jack argues. And just the background knowledge of Antioch being associated with Jesus' Passion relics is also very suggestive circumstantial evidence. Likewise, we also have even more circumstantial evidence speaking to the potential candidate for this icon in the late 1st and early 2nd centuries Gospel of Hebrews. So the Gospel of Hebrews mentions that Jesus' burial shroud or linen cloth, sindon, was given to the quote-unquote servant of the priest. So as late as the early 2nd century, or perhaps 1st century, there was this notion that Jesus' burial shroud was given to the servant of the priest. Now, why would a late 1st century or early 2nd century non-biblical Christian text mention Jesus is sinned on, unless it was known among the early Christians at that early time that Jesus' shroud had somehow existed in their day? Remember, under the image of the Edessa hypothesis, it was sometime in the mid-1st century, it was lost and forgotten about. By the time of the Gospel of the Hebrews being written in the late 1st or early 2nd centuries, they're not gonna, this guy's not going to remember any or be talking about shrouds being given to the servant of the priest and say something special about the Shroud of Turin. No, the shroud was taken to Edessa and it's forgotten about at this point. So the Gospel of the Hebrews reference seems to make more sense that the shroud was in Antioch in this period when the Gospel of the Hebrews was written, and it was known that they had the sin done there, and was brought to them by the servant of the priest, whoever that is. And like I said, Jack thinks that that's Peter. Stephen Jones thinks that the servant of the priest is a reference to the Apostle John. Others say a family member or another apostle or a family member of Jesus. It doesn't really matter. The text itself says servant of the priest. Whoever that was came from Jerusalem to Syria and was given the syndon of Christ, meaning that was known as a special relic surviving. There we go. So that's some evidence in favor of this image of Cameliana. And I think it's pretty powerful circumstantial evidence that suggests, the Shroud of Turin probably was taken to Antioch, not Edessa, in the earliest centuries. And at best, maybe it was taken to Edessa on a temporary missionary journey to King Abgar VIII, and that's what led to his conversion, or maybe it was brought to him because of his conversion, whatever. But it seems like it was brought to Antioch originally. Okay, so what are some issues here? So let me just hang on. Okay, so here are some criticisms against Jack Markwart's image of God incarnate, or the image of Cameliana hypothesis that the shroud was in Antioch and then hidden. And it's specifically related to the 362 AD part, where it was said to be hidden in the walls. So in the first place, the cathedral's over here, right? It says the cathedral, which cannot have been very large, it was built on an island between the two main branches of the Orontes River, where the imperial palace was located. So there's the two branches of the river, and it's over here. So if it was hidden in the church itself and not the wall, as Markwardt originally posited, then the small church would have been searched over 175 years or so, and the relics probably would have been discovered, right? And I think I agree with that more or less, right? And that's why Jack Markwardt has changed and updated his theory to say it was hidden in the walls under the church, the gate of the cherubim. And you can see this new map. This is where the church is, and then here's the gate of the cherubim, where the shroud was apparently buried in 362 AD to protect it, and then lost. So what's the criticism here in terms of plausibility? This Theodoratus, the treasurer of the church, without telling anyone, took and stole all of the Passion relics, including the Lance of Longinus, and hid it all around the city, or hid it by the cherubim gate. I don't think the theory has to postulate that. Maybe they just took the shroud, and maybe others were told about the other treasures, and they hid the lance somewhere else and the thing somewhere else. So I don't think we have to assume that everything was buried by one person. Nobody else knew of anything, and it was all buried at the gate of the cherubim. No, we just have to say the Shroud of Turin was taken. The shroud was taken and buried in the gate of the cherubim, and maybe there is a few others working with this treasurer. Now here's the thing. You can see where the church is located versus here. This is a Jewish quarter of the city, and it would be 3.3 kilometers, or about 2 miles, to get from the church to there. So imagine walking from the cathedral across Antioch to the Gate of the Cherubim, supposedly into the Jewish quarter, anti-image, and without being seen, you hide the relic in the gate, where presumably there would be guards guarding gates, right? There'd be 2 guards at least. And they didn't see you hiding it in the walls. This seems implausible. This is an implausibility for the theory, and why would Theodoratus choose such a place to hide the shroud in the first place when it's so far out of control of the thing? It's in the Jewish quarter, so maybe he would have been attacked or whatever, or maybe he would have, if they saw the images or something, they would have destroyed it. Who knows? Why would he choose a place where he knew guards were likely to be and likely to spot him trying to bury it in the gates and in the bricks of the gate? Also, why are there no reports of these relics and or the shroud at least going missing by others? Because remember, they had started showing it publicly. Why isn't anyone saying, hey, where is that shroud? Especially if they were not informed by Herodotus. So this is why I think Herodotus is not working alone. Others helped him, and maybe they took different relics to different places. And as to why he went to the Gate of the Cherubim, there could be any number of reasons why he had to be there, right? And he was going there anyways for some other business, and he stashed this folded shroud up in a tetradiplon thing and very secretly put it there. And then, okay, if anyone asked, he said, well, I'm attending business in the Jewish quarter for some reason. The point is, who knows? We don't know. There's any number of historical possibilities that can be used to explain this, even if it might seem a little bit implausible given the distance. Well, I mean, this guy's a rich guy. He can afford horses, and maybe he was on his way to that quarter for some other business. The Jewish quarter is right here, sorry. And that's why. So there are any number of possibilities. I don't think that this automatically says the theory is implausible or improbable, especially in light of that later source where it says a Christian icon was indeed found in the district adjacent to the Gate of the Cherubim. So someone apparently put a Christian relic there and buried it in the thing, and that was rediscovered in the 6th century. So obviously that person didn't find it to be such a big deal, if you want to say they're different. So yeah, I don't think it's insurmountable, but I do think it is a good plausibility question. Why the Shroud of Turin would be taken and hidden such a distance away? Who knows, kind of thing. But this is one reason why Stephen Jones thinks that Markwardt's hypothesis is implausible when it comes to its history at 362 AD or later. He disagrees with that. Okay, so that's it, literally it for the image of Kamaliana or the image of God Incarnate assessment. We'll get into a compare and contrast assessment. But before we do that, it's important, I have to mention that there are possible historical hybrid hypotheses. And indeed, Jack Markwardt originally in the late 1990s believed in the image of Edessa hypothesis from the 6th century onwards and that sort of thing. And he suggested, well, maybe the shroud originally went to Antioch for the first 500 years or so, and not Edessa. So the Abgar legend's wrong, but it still ended up in Edessa and became known as the image of Edessa, and then subsequent to that, the Mandylion cloth. So everything is the same. It's just the early centuries are different. It went to Antioch instead of Edessa. And this could be a possible hybrid historical hypothesis. And look, again, according to the theory, Jack agrees with that the Abgar legend is unhistorical and that the shroud was first brought to Antioch in the 1st centuries. And perhaps accounting for the Abgar legend, he says, well, there could be 3 possible options as to when the shroud was brought to Antioch, from Antioch to Edessa. Originally, he went for this option. He says it was brought to Edessa in about 540 AD. So again, this is outside of our period, but this is when King Khosrow I was destroying Edessa, Antioch, all of these places in the 540s. and it was brought to Edessa to save it from Antioch, because Antioch was destroyed in 540 by King Khosrow, and then it was brought to Edessa to save it. Obviously, we know in 544, Khosrow shows up at Edessa, and they show the image of Edessa, and that saves them from the evil Persian menace, and their city is saved, and it becomes known forevermore from that point on as the image of Edessa, the Palladium, protecting the city. But we'll get more into that in the next episode. But that's the option that Jack Markwardt argued for in the 90s. He's changed now. He says it never went to Edessa to begin with. But there is this possible hybrid. If you're attracted to the evidence for the image of Edessa hypothesis from the 6th century onwards, you can still hang on to that and just disagree with the Abgar Legend portion of the image of Edessa theory and go for Jack Markwardt's Antioch notion instead. Now, there are other options that get a little bit more tricky. So maybe it was brought to Edessa on or before 190 AD to convert King Abgar VIII. Remember, Jack speculated maybe there was a missionary journey for King Abgar VIII, and they temporarily brought it and then brought it back to Antioch. Well, if you like the image of Edessa theory, you might want to say, oh, well, maybe it was brought to Edessa and it stayed there after the late 2nd century and it became lost. It was hidden in the Edessan walls when the pagan Romans conquered Edessa in 215 and made it a Roman colony. And that's why the shroud was lost. So you can make up that as a historical hybrid hypothesis. Now, if you do that, and again, only to be rediscovered in 525 to 544 AD, just like the traditional image of Edessa theory says. But that's problematic because how do you explain the evidence from the mid to late 4th century proving that the shroud images were in Antioch with Athanasius and the other circumstantial evidences from archaeology showing that someone was aware of the shroud images? It becomes problematic with that. So I think this is an improbable option. Even if you do believe it was temporarily brought, I think it had to have been brought back to Antioch afterwards. A third option that I considered was, okay, maybe it was brought to Edessa in 362 AD. Instead of being hidden in the gate of the cherubim and being lost and forgotten, as Jack likes to say with his image of Camilliana, maybe it was brought to Edessa, and again, due to the Emperor Julian's pagan persecution campaign, it was hidden in an Edessan wall at some point and lost. But again, with this, I find this to be problematic as well, because why was the shroud then lost to history? Again, Julian only persecuted Antioch. He didn't persecute any other Christian cities, including Edessa, or any other Christians. In fact, he didn't want to persecute Christians as a pagan because he saw this as problematic for his rule. So he basically he could get away with it with Antioch because he had that excuse about the fire, and that's the only reason he went after that. So yeah, while Julian undoubtedly desired to restore pagan worship, he wanted to project himself as the sponsor of a new era of genial polytheism. So consequently, he opposed both illegal means and open persecution means of eliminating Christianity. And he urged his fellow pagans to imitate Christianity's best virtues. So it's improbable that, once the shroud was brought to Edessa, they would have hidden it in the Edessan walls and lost track of it and forgotten about it. There was no pagan persecution at that time for them to hide it. They would have kept it and said, hey, we've got the shroud or something, or they would have done what the Antioch Christians did with the shroud. They would have started publicly displaying it. Hey, we're in a Christian empire and we've got shroud images or something like that. I think that option is unlikely. So yeah, the one that Jack goes for is if you're going to combine it, this is probably the most likely option to go for, and that explains all the data and preserves the image of Edessa hypothesis, all of the arguments from the 6th century onwards, but at the same time takes on board Jack's insights about the shroud not being in Antioch, given Athanasius's writings and the archaeological evidence from the mid to late 4th century. No, that's you can incorporate yeah, it was in Antioch, not Edessa, until the 6th century AD, when it was finally brought to Edessa, and at that point became the image of Edessa. So yeah, that's the hybrid hypothesis. We're not going to evaluate the hybrid hypothesis because I just want to evaluate the two comparative ones here. So yeah, we're going to do the comparative assessment right now in terms of the best explanation inference criteria. So let me do. Okay, so picking up just before we get into the assessment, just a few updates, quick corrections, and updates and things like that. Just because at the time I made my original presentation, while I got to the final assessment, which is where we're at here after the 3.5 hour mark, Jack Markwardt was kind enough to send me his book on the Shroud's history, outlining what he calls the image of God incarnate hypothesis. That's one of the corrections. We do not call it the image of Kameliana because that was a mistake on my part. That was something that the early Byzantines in the 6th century sometimes called it, but that's not what Jack likes to call his hypothesis. It's just the image of God incarnate hypothesis. In the image of Kamelianu, while it refers to the same cloth, that's kind of a misnomer in Jack. So that's one correction there. But yeah, so let's get into some of the corrections and updates about the evidence from this ancient period, 500 AD and before, and then we'll get to the final assessment. So hopefully you're seeing my slide. So here's where we left off with possible hybrids. Okay, so just some corrections. Like I said, I was wrong in what I said about connecting the image shroud of Jesus in Galatians 3:1 to the Shroud of Turin images specifically. So on this front, I was saying, well, there's no connection because maybe it's a miraculous photocopy from the medieval period or something, right? But even if that's the case, there's still a theological connection. So even if the Shroud of Turin is not the original image and or possibly supernaturally formed images on Jesus, the historical Jesus's burial shroud, it is still theologically connected because it is a supernatural copy of that original burial shroud. So I was wrong to say, no, I think that, yeah, Galatians, given it talks about images on a shroud, now it doesn't say they're miraculous, but also the circumstance that the Shroud of Turin has images on it. It's the only shrouded image-based shroud today, and we've proven those shroud images scientifically are probably miraculous, or what I call religion authenticating miracles or events. That circumstance makes us go, yes, yeah, the shroud images mentioned in the Bible, the New Testament text like Galatians 3:1, is probably the same, or very probably the same as what we have with the Shroud of Turin's supernatural images of Jesus today, and or they're at the very least theologically linked in the event that it's some kind of supernatural photocopy from the medieval period. Either way, that it doesn't matter. It's linked with the historical Jesus and constitutes proof for him. So I just wanted to make that correction in what I said in my assessment there. Also, with the Eusebius and Doctrine of Addai, I was totally wrong. These are not independent traditions, but after reading, these are actually dependent because remember, Eusebius mentions in the Public Record Office those 3 documents, the 2 letters, Jesus and King Abgar V, and the Proto-Doctrine of Addai, which eventually in 400 AD became the Doctrine of Addai. And historians say they're linked, or they're probably very much the same. Maybe there are some differences. But obviously Eusebius, he tells us explicitly that he is not listening to oral tradition when he's recounting the Abgar Legend. He is copying it from the Edessan archives themselves, namely this Proto-Doctrine of Addai text and from the letters. So he's copying it directly. So these are dependent. It does not fulfill the multiple independent attestation criterion. Instead, Eusebius is using written Edessan archive documents to recount his thing. And because of that, probably wonderful vision is what was in the Doctrine of Addai at that time too. Now there is one thing, another update that I do want to say. Eusebius doesn't talk about the portrait, which the Doctrine of Addai and probably this proto-doctrine of Adi talked about in Eusebius's day, but he doesn't talk about this. Now, maybe just again, because the doctrine of Adi is 14,000 words and Eusebius is skipping a lot of stuff to make his 1,400 words. So that was another mistake I made right here. So Eusebius' Abgar Legend is 1,400 words. The doctrine of Adi is 14,000, 10 times as big. So it may just be that he didn't have time to talk about the portrait. He didn't want to focus on that. Or it may be Eusebius purposefully left it out because of his iconoclastic bias, and he didn't like images or icons and stuff like that. He wanted to destroy those satanic idolatrous things and stuff like that. So maybe that's why he kept that out. Either way, the main point here is that the doctrine of Adi and what Eusebius reports are dependent traditions. So that's the change there. Another change, and I'm not 100% sure about this, but Jack Markwardt, when I spoke with him, he was saying, and in his book, it does talk about that Adi, according to secular historians, is very probably a late 1st century or early 2nd century Christian who is known to have come to Edessa and started converting Christianity. This is why secular historians don't believe until Christianity even arrived in Edessa until the 2nd century. This is what Jack goes for. I'm still not 100% convinced. I think it was in the 1st century, maybe the late 1st century. I did the math on the ages. So let's say Adi was 20 years old in 30 AD. Okay, maybe he went, and then in 90 AD, when he baptized from the surrounding areas, which is the only areas Adi was associated to go. He wasn't known for going to Edessa in the early 2nd century, but he converted this Pekida bishop in Abilene, I believe it was called, in and around 104 AD. Okay, yeah, maybe he converted Pekida in the 90s, which would mean he was about 80 years old when he, 20 years old in 30 AD plus 60, he was in his 80s. Now, based on the ages, that makes it unlikely the case. So I would say Adi was probably born later in the 1st century. He was not an original disciple of Jesus. So that's a change. But it's still possible that Adi could have been an original disciple and maybe even went there in 30 AD and got the ball rolling. It's just not plausible or very probable. Another correction is that the image of God incarnate. Remember I said Jack does not like it being called the image of Camiliana, and that's because I screwed up in my recounting of the theory. Jack does not say that it went to Camiliana near Cappadocia in Turkey. It was never there. It was just taken through Turkey and taken directly in 540 AD from Antioch to Constantinople, where it was the image of God incarnate. But some legends that we're going to learn about in this early 6th century made up and invented that it was in Camiliana in a well, or in Camiliana, sorry. And that's why they would call it the image of Camiliana. But Jack's theory doesn't postulate that the shroud was ever taken to the village of Camiliana near Cappadocia, Turkey. I messed up there. That's the clarification there. Another clarification, Eusebius wrote his text during the final years of the pagan emperors. So Jack dates it not to 315 to 325, but between 309 and 312 or 311 AD. And that's when the satanic pagans like Diocletian and Galerius were going after the great persecution of Christians. And so that's why he says, well, maybe Eusebius wasn't just an iconoclastic biased bigot, but he didn't mention certain things because of the discipline of the secret. And that's why he and the doctrine of Adi later on had to obscure things deliberately in terms of the wonderful vision on the face, and then separating out this image portrait of Jesus painted during life, but they were really referring to the same thing, the Shroud of Turin. Also, between 357 to 362, just a correction, his hypothesis is that they didn't show the shroud publicly to everyone like they did in the 1st century, merely to other church officials and within limited geographical areas. So that's why you get this temporary explosion of long-haired bearded Jesus in the mid to late 4th century and into the early 5th century before we forget everything about it again. But only during that period, because only certain church officials, not the public at large, were made aware of it. And that's why Augustine, who was in North Africa, he was never shown the shroud as a church official. So that's why he gave his quote saying, we have no clue what Jesus really looked like. Also, in terms of the long hair, I just wanted to show you, there's absolute proof from the Arch of Titus that we have at least one or two Jews, having long shoulder-length hair, just like the Shroud Man. Archaeologically proven fact. Shroud skeptics are fools when they say the Shroud Man's hair is too long and he shouldn't have a beard. So let me just show you guys that picture so you can see with your own eyeballs. Bada boom, bada bing. Look at this guy right down. Here's his hair going right down to the shoulder length, just like the Shroud Man on the Shroud of Turin. Incredible. We also have this guy here, same hairstyle, headband, and then it's going down shoulder length. Bada boom, bada bing. So yeah, it's not all just Greco-Romans. And this Arch of Titus depicts the War of 70 AD, 66, the Jewish-Roman War, and these are all the Jews being hauled off as slaves in the Roman triumph, and there's from the Second Temple, the menorah. So yeah, absolute proof. Long hair existed among Jews of the 1st century. Absolute proof. Okay. Also, I think I already mentioned this in one of my other clips, but Tyler, I completely forgot. In terms of Galatians 3:1, we have backup from an extra biblical tradition from 1 Clement, chapter 2, verse 1, which talks about the Corinthians in the 1st century seeing Jesus' sufferings before their very eyes. Same wording as Galatians 3:1. What was before their very eyes? The Shroud of Turin images. And since I'm convinced on the Galatians 3:1, that 1 Clement 2:1 provided supporting evidence for my take on Galatians 3:1, and may indicate that, yeah, this is another Clement is talking about the shroud images as well as an extra biblical document from the 1st century. Most scholars date 1 Clement to around 95, 96 AD. Or if you want a wider range, between 80 to 140 AD is the total range. So a very early reference of the Shroud of Turin images, just like Galatians 3:1. Incredible. Okay, so what are some of the additional things? So I totally forgot about a thing called the Hymn of the Pearl. And this is a Syriac text written by a childhood friend, possibly Bardasian or somebody else. He was a personal friend of King Abgar VIII. And Bardasian just happened to be from Antioch growing up. So maybe he was familiar with the Shroud of Turin being kept in Antioch in those images. But yeah, anyways, this text, Hymn of the Pearl, is a part of the Acts of Thomas. This writing dates anywhere from, some people date it very early, the 1st century, even before some of the Gospels, and around 80 AD into the 2nd century, or as late as 300 AD. The most probable date is for the Hymn of the Pearl text specifically within the Acts of Thomas. It's about 220 to 225 AD. By 226, it's improbable because basically the text itself, internal evidence, presupposes conditions in the Parthian Persian Empire, and the Sassanid Persians were much harsher, more warlike, aggressive SOBs from a Roman's perspective, and they came into power around 226 AD. So the Hymn of the Pearl must have probably been written before 226 AD. But anyways, it says this, and quote unquote, suddenly I saw the suit, this is Jack's quotation, which resembled me. Jesus is speaking here. It's an allegorical text, as it were in a mirror, and I spied my whole self in it, and I knew and saw myself through it, for we were partially separated from each other, though we were from the same, and again, we are one through one form. Not only so, but I saw also the treasures themselves, who carried the suit as two. Yet one form was present upon both, one royal sign in both. They had wealth and riches in hand, and they gave me precious things, the gorgeous suit, which had been skillfully worked in bright colors with gold, precious stones, and pearls and brilliant hues. They were fastened above, and the image of the King of Kings, Jesus, was fully present through the whole suit. Sapphire stones were set appropriately above. All right. So this is basically attesting to the fact that the King Abgar VIII, who was secular historians say was the first Edessan king to convert to Christianity, this provides proof and disproof of the Abgar legend and the image of Edessa hypothesis. It was not Abgar V. It was Abgar VIII who converted to Christianity, and it was possibly him that saw the Shroud of Turin when it was brought to him. And this is what Jack says. He says it was brought to him between 185 and 192 AD. We saw from the archaeological evidence why that has to be the case. So then it looks like this guy who wrote the Hymn of the Pearl in 220 AD or thereabouts is reflecting on this King Abgar VIII tradition where he got to see the shroud, because when he converted, he requested from the Pope in Rome to be baptized. And we have now secular, archaeological, and historical document proof about this that I'm going to cover in a little bit, such as from the Book of the Popes, where there was a bit of a misunderstanding there. But here's Jack's explanation on page 65 to 66. The concealment of the Turin shroud above Antioch's gate of the cherubim. What is this? Okay, so that's the wrong page. So, in this PDF. Okay, so never mind. Forget the explanation, but that I basically gave it to you, right? Now that said, I have to admit that I'm a little bit skeptical of this. I'm not good at reading allegories. I do think from this thing it seems pretty obvious, but again, look at it when you read it in other translations. So the garment seemed to me to become like a mirror of myself. So it's reflecting Jesus' image. I saw it all in all, and I too received all in it. For we were two in distinction, and yet again one and one in likeness. The treasures too who brought it to me, I saw in like manner to be two, and yet one likeness. So it seems like it's saying the treasurers were also being reflected and that sort of thing. It's not saying there's double images of Jesus there. I think Jack's maybe reading something into that part, but they're definitely seeing each other in a mirror, and that sort of thing. But I just think it's a failure as direct proof that it's shroud images. It's suggestive. I can see both the shroud skeptics interpretation, where this is just an allegory talking about Jesus's mirror reflections. It doesn't necessarily have to be talking about shroud images, saying where Jesus saw it and stuff like that. I guess the answer is just I don't know. I'm not good at reading allegories. So I think that the shroud skeptics interpretation of these verses and the pro-shroud guys like Jack Markwardt, I'm just going to say you guys are equally probable. I don't know how to really judge this one. I can see what you're saying, but I can see what the shroud skeptics interpretations of this verse as well. All right, so the next additional text in favor of the image of God incarnate is Bishop Theodore of Mopsuesatia's Catechese. So this is a text written in the 4th century or beyond, and it's a complement to the Sermon of Athanasius. Remember Athanasius, I quoted him talking about how the icon or image of Jesus was taken from Judea to Syria, and it's there to this day. Where's Antioch? It's the capital of Syria. So the Athanasius text, again, it's very vague. Icon, what are we talking about? That's not shroud images. But maybe it is, maybe it isn't. We don't know from the text. But this Bishop Theodore Catechese text provides a little bit more context. So it's basically an anti-Semitic text talking of a quote-unquote picture of the Lord Jesus Christ painted on a tablet of boards that contain, so in Athanasius, a little bit more thing about that is that it's also describing it as a picture of the Lord Jesus painted on a tablet of boards. That's problematic for the shroud interpretation there, I think. and that contain the image of our Lord and Savior at full length. So interesting, we've got full-length images, and which at some point in its history was appropriated by the Jews of Beirut, who subjected it to the punishments inflicted upon Jesus. So this is, and it's important to note, this Athanasius text, we don't actually have the 4th century version of the text. We're relying on a quotation of it from 787 AD at the Second Council of Nicaea. So there are skeptical scholars who say this isn't even within your period of 500 AD or before. Again, there are scholars who say it is, and that's why I'm including it. But just be aware that there is a debate there. This quotation from Athanasius may post-date 500 AD, and the first time we know about it is from 787 AD during the Second Council of Nicaea. So yeah, that's what I said here. But yeah, Jack interprets this as an esoteric allusion to the Turin Shroud as a full-length image of Jesus bearing the wounds and bloodstains of his passion. And this is perfectly compliant with the precepts of the discipline of the secret, where you're not going to just come right out and say it. And this was still being strictly enforced during the 4th century. So this discipline of the secret was not in effect in 787 AD. So if this quote comes from then, they would just come right out and say, yeah, we've got these linen cloths of Jesus' burial, linen cloths and shrouds, and they've got images on it. Certainly that's what we're going to see in episode number 2 for a lot of other texts. So yeah, it's improbable. It's more likely that this is reflecting what Athanasius said in the 4th century, when the discipline of the secret was still in full force and effect. It didn't start to go away until the 5th century. Once Christianity became stabilized in the Roman Empire. But we also have this additional text written in around 390 by Theodore, the Bishop of Mopsia, whatever that's called. And he was a native of Antioch, and he references a post-passion image of Jesus impressed upon his sepulchre linens. Shroud of Turin, folks, incredible. So what does this guy say? Well, here it is. Jack says, when deacons bring up the oblation at the time of the offertory, they place it on the altar for the completed representation of the passion, so that we may think of Jesus on the altar as if he were placed in the sepulchre after having received the passion. This is why the deacons who spread the linens on the altar represent the figure of the linen cloths, Jesus, at the burial. So this is in accordance with the strictures of the discipline of the secret. It's not saying, hey, we've got burial shrouds with images on it. But according to Jack, he says this catechism text esoterically recites that a post-passion image of Jesus was impressed upon the sepulchre linens and being placed on the altar during the offertory of the Mass. So yeah, I think that this text, again, is a failure in terms of proving a direct link. I have a couple other translations, but it's obvious in context. This is talking about the Eucharistic bread. The body of Christ in the form of Eucharistic bread is being placed on these linens on the altar. Because of that, I just think it's equally probable the Shroud skeptics will just interpret this as, look, it's just talking about bread being placed. They're recreating Jesus' body, literal body, being placed in the shroud as passion. And that's what the Eucharist is all about, right? The bread is his body, and we're remembering that. I don't see any reason why we have to interpret that as saying, well, it's saying there are images. The figure is on the linen cloths themselves, and the bread is supposed to be symbolizing that. That seems a little bit like eisegesis, in my opinion, for this text. So I don't think this provides proof either way, but I'll say that the Shroud skeptics hypothesis is equally probable, if not maybe more probable than the Pro-Shroud side on this front. Okay, the next piece of evidence is the Good Shepherd fresco, and this is our first bearded Jesus. So I'll get to this in a second. Hang on. All right, continue on. The Good Shepherd fresco, and this is the first ever long-haired, bearded Jesus Christ image in the human history. So the work of art evidence, this is also used as archaeological evidence, or from that Pope Eleutherius, a known person in history, attested to in the Book of the Popes, otherwise known as Liber Pontificus or something like that. But this was the Pope during the time of King Abgar the Great, or King Abgar the Eighth, in around 185 to 192 AD. And Abgar the Great converted to Christianity, and he said, "Hey, I want to be baptized, Pope." So the Pope sent letters to the Bishop of Hierapolis, and they went to go baptize him. And along the way, they passed through Antioch and took the Shroud of Turin images with them to show King Abgar the Great. Now, unfortunately, there were a lot of evil ancient pagans that were still in power during this. So the conversion to Christianity of Edessa took place in two phases. So there was the conversion of King Abgar the Great when they saw the shroud, but they had a lot of mixed up messages. So it wasn't until later on in the 3rd century when somebody else went back to Edessa to properly Christianize them and to get them into Orthodox or Catholic Christianity as they would understand properly in the Roman Empire and that sort of thing. So just understand that there was two phases happening in quick succession to Christianize the kingdom. But it's during the first phase when King Abgar the Great, or Abgar the Eighth, converted, and then this mission to baptize him by the Pope was commissioned, and the shroud was taken from Antioch to show him and then brought back to Antioch afterwards. Again, because during that first phase, the pagans were still powerful and hating Christianity and the shroud and stuff like that. So it wasn't safe to leave the Shroud of Turin in Edessa at that time. Just another reason why the hybrid wouldn't work in 190 AD. They wouldn't have kept it there. They would have taken it back to Antioch and that sort of thing, probably. But yeah, so anyways, prior to this time, Jesus has always been represented symbolically as a fish or portrayed as a young, beardless man, the Greco-Roman style. So this is unprecedented, and this dates to around in the 3rd century AD, 300 AD or earlier, and it's depicting this mission of Pope Eleutherius to go baptize King Abgar the Great. So here's what the image looks like in the early 3rd century. So sorry, 200s AD. I think it's 235 AD. I can't remember the specific date. I thought I wrote it down. But anyway, so here is Jesus, bearded, long hair, shroud man. Incredible. And one thing we have to point out here is, well, wait, wasn't Jack's theory that the shroud wasn't shown publicly or wasn't shown to churchmen after the 1st century, shown to anyone after the 1st century, until it was safe for the Arian owners of it, with an Arian emperor and an Arian bishop fully in control in Antioch? So between 357 and 362, where Julian the pagan apostate started persecuting them, they only showed it to certain church officials. So how, a century earlier, did they get this notion then, if not from the Shroud of Turin, which wasn't being shown to church officials? Well, this is where Jack says, well, this is proof that they did show the shroud to King Abgar. And this was the basis for the Abgar legends, where they, as per the discipline of the secret, they purposefully lied and said it was about Abgar the Fifth during the time of Jesus. They invented the Abgar legend, and perhaps they invented the portrait of Jesus and that sort of thing, which wasn't just garbled memory, but was actually done in remembrance of the shroud images, and was written that way in accordance with the discipline of the secret, because they never knew, well, would it be safe once Commodus is dead? And sure enough, Septimus Severus of the Severan dynasty, when he came in, he was another satanic, Satan-inspired pagan who started viciously going after the Christians again. So once again, it wasn't safe to have the shroud out and about. There was just that limited opportunity during Commodus's reign, who had a Christian wife or mistress named Marcia, that they actually showed the shroud to King Abgar. And we know that from history. King Abgar the Eighth had to close his records down and not be so upfront about his Christianity once Septimus took over as the emperor when Commodus died in 192 AD. So, but yeah, that's Jack's theory, is, well, we get this because the shroud was shown to King Abgar. And then it was quickly forgotten about when the Emperor Commodus died, and persecutions came back up. And over time it was faded and stuff, and it wasn't until 357 when the shroud was again being showed to certain church officials that we start getting glimpses of this temporary mini explosion of bearded, long-haired Jesus depictions until the early 5th century. So this is evidence of King Abgar VIII being the one who was the first Christian. And I think that this and some other evidence, what we're going to talk about next, actually convinces me that originally in my assessment, I said that, Jack Markwardt, who thinks that, well, maybe it was shown to King Abgar, on the basis of the Eusebius and Doctrine of Adai text alone, I was like, that's pure ad hoc. But reading Jack's book, now I see he's got not just 4, but he's got 5 lines of evidence directly attesting to King Abgar. He's got the Book of the Popes. He's got this depiction of Jesus, which shows the shroud. And he's got the next piece of evidence, archaeological, the inscription of Abersius or Averroes. And he provides some good evidence, again, of this papal mission to baptize Abgar VIII by sending the bishop of Hierapolis to Antioch and then on to Edessa. And like the Hymn of the Pearl was also written by King Abgar VIII's friend. And it supposedly, again, I didn't use it as evidence because I'm a little iffy on allegorical stuff, but there's something going on with that mirrored image of Jesus, and maybe it's talking about double images. I'm not sure about that part, but it's definitely saying, look, I saw my whole body as like a mirror. This thing became like a mirror. This cloth or garment or suit that he had. That could be the Shroud of Turin. And that, again, this was written around 220 AD by someone who knew King Abgar VIII. And now we have this inscription of Abersius also talking about this and backing it up in allegorical language. So here's what he says. So let me get that page. Okay, so this is what what we know from the inscription of Abersius and surrounding sources talking about it. So it's talking about Aversius or Abersius, as we're spelling it here, who was a citizen of the chosen city. He was called from Hierapolis to go to Rome, and while there he sent and to Rome he sent me to contemplate majesty and to see a queen, golden robed and golden sandaled. There also I saw a people bearing a shining mark. Now this golden robed and golden sandaled, most secular historians say, oh, that's talking about the Empress of Rome. Archaeologically proven fact, this is the Queen of Edessa that they're talking about, because this was the fashion we know from mosaics and stuff in Edessa, not in Rome. And then he goes on to say, esoterically, and I saw the land of Syria and all of its cities. Nisibis I saw when I passed over the Euphrates. And, obviously, Abersius here is esoterically, while traveling to Nisibis, he visited both Antioch as the capital of Syria and Edessa as, quote unquote, the chief city in the eastern part of Syria. So this is okay. And he goes, Abersius continues in the inscription, faith everywhere led me forward, and everywhere provided as my food a fish of exceeding great size and perfect, which a holy virgin drew with her hands from a fountain. And this it ever gives to its friends to eat, it having wine of great virtue and giving it mingled with bread. These things I, Abersius, having been a witness of them, told to be written here. Verily, I was passing through my 72nd year. He that discerneth these things, every fellow believer, namely, let him pray for Abersius. He that discerneth these things. This is a direct reference to the discipline of the secret, and secular historians now recognize this. They didn't for a long time, but now they do in the 20th and late 20th and 21st centuries. And so he's telling us, look, I'm writing in accordance with the discipline of the seeker. So what is the reference to the Shroud of Turin? Well, it's this quote here. It's, and everywhere provided as my food a fish of exceeding great size and perfect, which a holy virgin drew with her hands from a fountain. That's the Shroud of Turin and its images. And the reason why, so how do we, he's not obviously talking about a literal fish as literal food, right? Because fishes weren't drawn from virgins in fountains everywhere he went. And, you know, they're not perfect and that sort of thing. So it's clear he's using this as an allegory. What's the symbol of the fish? Jesus. The fish represented in this time, as per the discipline of the secret, Jesus. This is what all secular historians believed this part was saying here is, well, it's talking about Jesus in the Eucharist, right? He's eaten, you know, the bread and the body and bread of Christ and the body and blood of Christ during the communion. But there's a problem with that interpretation because we have other references. Hang on. So here's... okay, so here's the problem. Because the inscription of Abgar was discovered more than 2 decades before the scholar Harnack made the Liber Pontificalis, so that means the Book of the Popes connection between Pope Eleutherius and Abgar the Great. So scholars of that era did not associate its text with the Shroud of Turin images. Instead, they interpreted Averroes' allusion to a fish as being a reference to Jesus in Eucharistic form. However, now that we know about from the Book of the Popes, the Liber Pontificalis, that there was a mistake associating the King of Britain with the King of Abgar the Eighth, and citing his full name. I'll try to look that up later. Oops. But that this cannot be a reference to the Eucharistic Jesus, where it's referenced always as a quote-unquote small fish capable of being held in one's hands, just as the communion host would be held. For example, quote-unquote, eat with joy and desire, holding the fish in thy hands. I pray give us food the fish, Lord and Savior, and not a fish of exceeding great size. So this reference in the archaeological inscription of Abercius, it specifically says it's a fish of exceeding great size. It's not talking about the Eucharistic Jesus in the form of the communion bread. My gosh, what else could it be? Well, the Shroud of Turin's images. Maybe you've seen the image of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. The full-length images on a big Shroud of Turin cloth. That's what they're talking about here, says Jack and stuff like that. And yeah, like I said, again, it makes sense to me. I get it. I don't know. I haven't done the research, so I don't know if it's true. Do they ever talk about the Eucharistic Christ as a exceedingly big and that sort of thing? So again, I'm kind of agnostic when it comes to allegorical letters, but I will admit that if what Jack is saying is true, that they always talk about the Eucharistic Jesus being a small fish in thy hands, and this one is going out of its way to say, no, it's an exceedingly great size fish, too big for your hands, then other than the Shroud of Turin images, I'm at a loss to know what they're talking about. So this is an interesting bit of evidence here. Okay, so let's summarize here in terms of all the key data and facts that were summarized in this series. And hang on one second, I'll take a break. Okay, so I'm going to try to hurry up because this is going to be over 4 hours. So, okay, so here to summarize everything with the updates and what I covered, here's the key data and facts summarized that each explanatory hypothesis has to explain historically. So we had Galatians 3:1, also any other New Testament text proven to be successful. I just used Galatians 3:1 in my thing, so I'm not going to use the others, but there are other texts such as 1 John, where if that's a true reference to the Shroud of Turin images or Jesus's burial shroud with images, that creates a problem for the Abgar legend and the image of Edessa hypothesis, because that's written late in the first century, the First John text, according to most biblical scholars. And that was written at a time when, well after Manu VI was gone and King Abgar was dead, well after 50 AD, and even well after 57 AD. So that would be a contradiction. If the shroud is still being shown and being known about in 1 John chapter 5, and it's known to still be existing, because as Larry Stolley in my show with S.J. Thomason mentions it, the verb there apparently says, and it's continuing to provide a witness. The blood and water are continuing to provide a witness. So if that's the shroud images, and I'm not assuming that in this show because I didn't get into it, but let's say if you buy Larry's reasoning on that text specifically and other texts that date beyond 57 AD, then, and it speaks of the shroud images still being known and shown about, then that contradicts the Abgar legend saying that the shroud is totally forgotten about in 57 AD. Once that satanic pagan Manu VI, one of Abgar's sons, the second son, comes to the throne and persecuting the Christians, erasing the Christians, and bringing back paganism to his citizens in Edessa, and the shroud is hidden in that Edessan wall, why on earth is 1 John contradicting that and saying, no, the witness of the blood and water and the Shroud of Turin images, they're still being shown and providing a witness to this day. So that's something, that's just an example. But all we're doing for right now is Galatians 3:1. That's written 49 AD, that's written before 57 AD. So it's good. There's also the 1 Clement 2:1 text, which supplements Galatians 3:1 and speaks of Corinthians seeing stuff before their eyes about Jesus' suffering, which might be the shroud. There's the Eusebius Abgar Legend text, the Doctrine of Addais, a later Abgar Legend text that includes the portrait or painting. There's also the fact that there is no evidence, archaeological or historically, for Abgar V's Christian conversion. There's only evidence for King Abgar VIII's conversion. Also, Addai wasn't alive in 30 AD, but more likely sometime late in the 1st to early 2nd century. And there's many legendary embellishments. The letters didn't exist and that sort of thing. And it's implausible the kingdom converted in 1 year. So there are many legendary elements in the Abgar legend. That's a fact. 6, the portrait mentioned in the Doctrine of Addai, but not in Eusebius, is pre-death of Jesus. So it's not a burial shroud, at least not taken literally. And it's consistent with later legendary developments based on the Sitzum Leben of the 3rd century portraits of the pagan Mani. And that was kind of a craze going on in the 200s AD in Manichaeism. That's a fact that we have to be aware of. 7, there's also the Gospel of the Hebrews, mention of the burial shroud being known and kept and revered by early Christians and preserved by someone called the servant of the priest, who's probably Peter, but who knows? Could be someone else, John or someone else. There's also that 3rd century, 220 AD hymn of the pearl that allegorically speaks of supposedly double-imaged shroud or robes showing Jesus as the King of the Kings, as though full-bodied in a mirror. And this is associated directly with the childhood friend of King Abgar VIII. Coincidence? I don't think so. Number 9, there's also the fact that Jesus' appearance was largely unknown for the first 500 years. Most people didn't know of a clue what he looked like. They portrayed him in the Greco-Roman style, clean-shaven, short, curly Greek hair. But there was this temporary mini explosion in some areas of bearded, long-haired, shroud-like Jesuses in the mid-late 4th century and beyond into the early 5th century in limited areas of the empire. This is a fact that each hypothesis needs to account for and explain. There's the Sermon of Athanasius text, 4th century AD. It could be as later than the 500 AD thing. I'm just going to assume it's 4th century AD because it fits the Sitzum Leben, or the life situation, as the Germans say in that case. But it talks about the icon being brought in 68 AD from Judea to Syria, and that it's still in Syria to this day. That's problematic for the Abgar legend, because at this time it should be, if this is talking about the shroud, The shroud should be hidden in an Edessan wall and forgotten about long time, 300 years ago. We also have the text from Bishop Theodore of Mopsiatitia, whatever you call that, the Catechese text, talking about the Eucharistic bread being used as a figure of Jesus on the linens, sepulchral linens spread on the altar. We also have that Good Shepherd fresco in the Roman catacombs with a bearded, long-haired Jesus, the first depiction of it. And it's associated with the conversion and baptism of King Abgar VIII. My goodness. And it just so happens with that, we get this instance of a shroud-like Jesus image coming up. There's the inscription of Abercius, and then the Book of Popes, talking again about the baptism of Abgar VIII and the mission. Okay, so let's look at plausibility. Let's first look at the image of Edessa hypothesis. So this is really relying on the Abgar legend from two ancient texts, pre-500 AD. And I would say it's plausible in the sense that Edessa probably very early on would have been evangelized in the 1st century. Secular historians and scholars disagree with that. And I wrote this before I had Jack's book, where he talks about how scholars say, no, it wasn't even touched until the early 2nd century or thought about. It looks like the early Christians just wanted to stay in the Roman Empire. They didn't want to go to outside areas. Like there's no evidence of them in Edessa or Egypt and stuff like that. Come on. I still agree with Ian Wilson based on his plausibility argument. I think, again, starting from the ground up, nothing with the kings, but I think that it was along the trade routes. I think the early Christians would have went to Edessa starting in the 1st century at some point. I just think that's more probable. Again, it depends how successful maybe they weren't even starting to get successful or gain traction until the 2nd century. That seems like it works for me. There's also implausibilities with many of the secondary details, but that's why it's very implausible that the kingdom would be all converted and the king converted in 1 year, all in 30 AD. That's complete bunk, in my opinion. So I think all of these secondary details, we can strengthen the image of Edessa hypothesis, particularly this Abgar legend component of its early history, by focusing on the historical core. What is that? Well, the historical core is that in order to distinguish itself from Jack's theory, it has to be that King Abgar V was converted to Christianity, and at some point he received the shroud images, either prior to or at the moment of or after his conversion to Christianity before 50 AD. And that was associated, his receiving the shroud images were associated with his conversion. And then once his son Manu VI takes over, it was hidden in an Edessan wall, or it was lost or forgotten about. The Edessan wall component is something we know from a later post 500 AD text. So you don't necessarily, in the historical core, we don't even need that at this point. Let's just say once the pagan Manu VI came after 57 AD, it was lost and forgotten about somewhere. That's the historical core of the Abgar legend. And let's evaluate it on that. Well, this seems plausible that Manu VI could have returned to paganism, but I would say on the background evidence, it's implausible that the shroud would have been brought to Edessa because, number one, we have no proof of Abgar V's converting, and Edessa was not known to be associated with its Passion relics in the 1st century, whereas Antioch was associated with Passion relics. Edessa was not the Gentile Christian headquarters. Antioch was known as the Gentile Christian headquarters. It's where all of the Jews were said to go. It's where the term Christian was first invented. So I think it's much more likely on the background knowledge or evidence that the Abgar legend is implausible because Antioch would have been chosen, not Edessa, for the Shroud of Turin's images to be held at. Hang on one second. Okay, so let's move on to the plausibility of the image of God incarnate historical hypothesis. I think this theory is fully plausible in terms of Antioch being the location of the shroud in the first 500 years, especially given its prominent position as the center of Christianity and Gentile Christianity, and as a place where the Passion relics were taken from Jerusalem to where the quote-unquote ecclesiastical treasures were brought. And this was associated with Passion relics from the ancient times all the way up to the medieval times. We have several archaeological as well as historically documented texts saying this. Stephen Jones' alleged implausibilities regarding in 362 AD, where the treasurer would have hidden the Shroud of Turin in the Gate of the Cherubim during the pagan persecution. It got lost from there. I think Jack, unfortunately, I recorded it, but it didn't record properly. But I had a conversation with Jack. He addressed every single one of these and refuted them. I don't think it's implausible for them to go 2 miles. He doesn't say that he didn't tell anyone. Perhaps he did, but they were killed off or forgot in time and that sort of thing, or didn't know the exact location. And the 2 miles is not that long of a distance to go. It's pretty easy, especially maybe he had business in that area. As to the guards being at the gate and would have caught him, nobody said nobody saw it. Look, the people were Arians. They supported the bishop. They didn't support the Orthodox emperor trying to steal their treasures. So even if the guards saw him, they would have turned a blind eye and said, go ahead and hide the thing. We don't want it going to the emperor and stuff like that. So yeah, there's nothing provably implausible here. And that, for that reason, I assign 100% plausible for this theory. What about the Shroud skeptics hypothesis? Again, there's nothing implausible because they don't make any claims, right? They just appeal to legends, being made up details. There's appeals to false relics and false icons. And this is fully plausible. I mean, this happened all the time in the ancient world. There's nothing on the background knowledge or background evidence that would say that can't be the case. So therefore, I assign 100% plausibility for the Shroud skeptical hypothesis as well. Explanatory scope, image of Edessa or Abgar legend. Well, the Abgar image of Edessa can explain the Galatians 3:1 text and maybe the 1 Clement 2:1 text, depending on when the Corinthians saw the shroud. It doesn't explain other New Testament texts. But again, they haven't been proven to be true, so who cares? It also explains the 2 ancient texts on the Abgar legend from Eusebius and the Doctrine of Adai. It even potentially provides an account for why there's a lack of evidence for Christianity in Edessa in the 1st century via the persecution and erasure of Christians by Manu VI. Although, again, as we saw, it's very implausible that this would be the case, and perhaps it lacks explanatory power on this front, but it does have it does fulfill explanatory scope. It at least addresses the issue, that bit of data and that sort of thing. It also explains why there was confusion for the first 500 years as to Jesus' appearance, because it was lost and forgotten about in an Edessan wall, or just lost and forgotten about in some place we don't know, from the mid-1st century onwards, 57 AD onwards. It possibly explains the legend's mention of Adai, given it is possible, though not probable, that he was alive in 30 AD and the disciple of Jesus who first converted people to Edessa, in Edessa. I think it struggles to explain the later texts from the 2nd century, like the Gospel of the Hebrews and the Hymn of the Pearl, and the things related, the inscription of Abercius, things related to King Abgar VIII, provably the first and only Christian king of Edessa, and his baptism, and thus support that we were seeing he was seeing the shroud images. If the shroud was lost in 57 AD or thereabouts in the mid-1st century and forgotten about, what are these other texts? What is this explosion? It doesn't explain how the bearded Jesus in the catacombs or in the mid to late 4th century came about. Doesn't explain the Gospel of Hebrews, the Hymn of the Pearl, or the Athanasius text or the Catechism text. So it struggles on this front. So because of that, I assigned a 70% fulfilled explanatory scope. Image of God incarnate hypothesis. Well, this does explain Galatians 3:1, 1 Clement 2:1, as well as all of the biblical texts because it was known about by the bishop in Antioch throughout the entirety of the first century. It also explains Eusebius and the doctrine of Addai and gives an account for those texts. It explains the hymn of the pearl, gospel of the Hebrews, all of the archaeological data and all that stuff. All the problems with the Abgar legend, because again, these are made up bits of legends in accordance with the discipline of the secret, referring really to Abgar VIII's conversion. It accounts for Bishop Theodore's catechism text and the Sermon of Athanasius. And it also accounts for the lack of Jesus' appearance, knowledge during the 4th century, and that temporary explosion, because it was starting to be shown in limited capacity from 357 to 362. And it also explains that earlier the Good Shepherd photo of Jesus being from the 200s AD, not 300 AD, because it's referring to King Abgar VIII being showed the shroud. So I assign 100% fulfilled explanatory scope. I think that the image of God incarnate hypothesis covers all of the bases in terms of every fact, provides some kind of explanation as to whether those explanations are powerful or good, explanatorily speaking. We'll evaluate in the next criteria. Shroud skeptical hypothesis, once again, they cover all their bases. They do provide, whether good or bad, they do provide naturalistic explanations for the various texts and wonderful visions and paintings and icons and that sort of thing. So it's 100% proven, fulfilled explanatory scope criterion. Explanatory power, the most important criterion here. So the image of Edessa or Abgar legend really strains to explain the hymn of the pearl text, as well as the inscription of Abosiris and the Book of the Popes, talking about this Abgar VIII baptism and seeing shroud-like images and that sort of thing in allegorical mentions of them in the 2nd century. That doesn't make sense. Or sorry, 3rd century. I will say the wonderful vision being in or on your face, yet no one else saw it. If the wonderful vision is the shroud and no one else saw it, I think that's very improbable. So I assigned a total of 32% probability. So I think it's actually proven improbable that the wonderful vision mentioned by Eusebius and the doctrine of Addai refer to the shroud images. Now, as to the portrait, that may refer to the shroud images, but I don't think it's about garbled memories. Maybe Jack Markwardt provides a better explanation, saying they were purposefully garbled up in this way so as to preserve the discipline of the secret in some way. So, yeah, but here's John Loken's take on assessing, well, is the portrait really referring to the Shroud of Turin? Well, John Loken says Eusebius' Abgar story does not contain a painting scene, but the doctrine of Addai does. And if the Abgar legend source document used by Eusebius and later also by the anonymous author editor of the doctrine of Addai contained that Jesus picture painting scene, that would date the scene back to at least the 3rd century. Most scholars believe that was the case. And he goes on, well, why should we think that the Jesus painting scene is associated with the Shroud of Turin? He gives 5 reasons. Well, quote unquote, the whole passage is intriguing and seems to me consistent with the Turin Shroud in at least 4 ways. Sorry, 4, not 5. 1, the painting is said to be of the real Jesus, not done from later memory of him, whom Hanan or Ananias was observing carefully, to have been painted in Jerusalem, not Galilee or the Jordan Valley or elsewhere, to have been done very shortly before his crucifixion, and so it's associated with his death, and to have been done with quote-unquote choice paints, whereby the key word, it seems, is choice, meaning something rare or special about the actual physical substance of these paints. Is this another mention of the image diffuseness, perhaps, that John Loken was talking about earlier with respect to the wonderful vision and no one seeing it? Well, if we use Jack's interpretation of the discipline of the secret, where both the portrait and the wonderful vision are mentions of the shroud images, just in a purposefully garbled way, not accidentally so, okay, maybe that's lending credence for the image diffuseness and the shroud, it being the Shroud of Turin. And on that basis, I went from a failure, 32%, up to about where is it? 60 to 65% at best. So, and I gave it the best type thing. Anyways, so also in terms of explanatory power, it's an outer failure. It fails to explain the lack of evidence for Abgar V's conversion. I think we should have evidence on that front. It's unlikely all the evidence would be erased, even if Manu VI tried his best to do so. There would still be memories and some mentions being preserved to Abgar VIII's time. Also, they preserved the letters. Think about the legend, Abgar Legend here. They preserved the letters, but not the imaged shroud. That doesn't make sense. That seems like it's weird. Why wouldn't the letters have been buried in the wall or been lost or hidden along with the shroud images? So yeah, even with stripping the Abgar legend down to eliminate the secondary provably false details and just going with that historical core, there are still lots of problems with it. And, it fails to explain these certain texts, that sort of thing. So I think it's still a failure, but I gave it 40% fulfilled rather than the 22 that I had originally. Okay, explanatory power for the image of God incarnate. I think this theory adequately explains all of the texts and evidences. In terms of the early 3rd century bearded long-haired Jesus, I said Jack provides an explanation through the Abgar legend, because King Abgar was specially shown the shroud at his baptism, authorized by the Pope during his baptism, and attested to by at least 5 pieces of evidence. The 2 texts from the Abgar legend themselves, the archaeological inscription of Abgar, the Book of the Popes talking about the baptism, and the Hymn of the Pearl written by a buddy of Abgar VIII after the fact, and in allegorical language reflecting on the fact that he had seen shroud images. Here's what Jack says about this. So Emanuel Marinelli and her cohorts did a very thorough study of all Jesus' art produced during this period. And this fresco is the only such portrayal which they discovered. The mere publication of a shroud-like image of Jesus would not have violated the discipline of the secret. A violation would also have required a disclosure that such an image actually existed. For portrayals themselves, they were merely deemed to be the products of artistic imaginations. So that's Jack's response to that. But I do think that there is some doubt about the discipline of the secret a little bit, because think about it. In the 1st century New Testament times, they were showing everyone, not just church officials, but everyone, the Shroud of Turin, supposedly even up until the late 1st century, if we believe all of the texts Larry Stolly gives. So then when did this discipline of the secret change, whereby not just ordinary Christians could see the shroud, but only certain church officials, only even the bishop of Antioch? And that also contradicts the inscription of Abgar, right? Abgar, that talks about, look, even the regular Christians, the catechumens, as the Eastern Orthodox would say, they recognize the discipline of the secret and are aware of it as well. And they had the ability to recognize that exceedingly great big fish reference, according to Abgar. So this is a bit of a problem. I think there's an issue here with the discipline of the secret that needs to be worked out. That's why I only give it an 80% fulfilled in terms of explanatory power criterion here. The Shroud skeptical hypothesis is an utter failure, mainly because I think it fails to account for the direct proof from Galatians 3:1 and 1 Clement chapter 2:1 that I now think. I also think it struggles to explain the 2nd century. What is the Gospel of Hebrews talking about? Why is it talking about the shroud being preserved in the 2nd century? What is it talking about there? Why would the burial shroud of Jesus be specified as something being preserved in this early period in the 2nd century. I think it also struggles to explain the allegories of the exceeding great fish in the inscription of Abirsius, and possibly the notion of the images in the mirror in the Hymn of the Pearl text. What exactly is being said here and stuff like that. But I think it has an equally probable explanation, so that's why I didn't include it. Anyways, overall, I assign a 40% fulfilled explanatory power criterion for the Shroud skeptical hypothesis. And finally, less ad hoc. We're only going to use this criterion as a tiebreaker in the event there's a tie. But just to go over it, for the image of Edessa or the Abgar Legend, I think the entire hypothesis is ad hoc. I mean, think of it. There's a total lack of any evidence for King Abgar V being converted to Christianity. And it's extremely unlikely that, that Jesus sent letters. This is totally ad hoc. So this is an utter failure. I gave it a 10%, proven fulfilled, that it's not ad hoc or lacks ad hocness. The image of God incarnate, 100% proven fulfilled here. There are a couple of possible ad hoc elements, but I think that Jack, when I spoke to him, he covered and explained these away and actually proved the opposite. They are evidenced assumptions or elements of his theories, such as the King Abgar VIII being shown the shroud in 190 AD or 185 AD. Well, he gave not only 4, he gave 5 lines with the Great Shepherd depiction or fresco in Rome. There's 5 lines of evidence for textual support. There's the Eusebius thing based on Abgar VIII seeing it. There's the doctrine of Adai. And perhaps during King Abgar VIII's reign, when they saw the shroud images, what's the portrait? It may be, let's take that literally. Maybe they drew a portrait of Jesus based on the shroud images at that time, and it was subsequently lost after the fall of the Abgarid dynasty and stuff like that. But, we don't have to say that the portrait is also talking about the shroud images. Maybe it's talking about a literal portrait based on the wonderful vision, based on the shroud images itself. But then you would get into the improbability that the wonderful vision is referring to shroud images issues. So you kind of have to conflate the portrait and the wonderful vision as both referring to shroud images in a confused manner due to the discipline of the secret, if you want to have the strongest hypothesis here. But I did want to just throw that as a possibility that maybe there was a literal portrait based on the shroud. This was the first time a portrait was made from the shroud images or something in human history. And unfortunately, that was during Abgar VIII's reign, and it was lost after that. So yeah, this is not ad hoc and that sort of thing. So I think that Jack has successfully refuted that. So therefore, 100% proven fulfilled. It does lack ad hoc components. The Shroud skeptics, again, they're not really offering anything. All they do is be a naysayer, and they poke holes in the Pro-Shroud theories and stuff like that and say that there's no evidence for it. So in this case, 100% proven fulfilled. There are no ad hoc components. Okay, so let's do our overall assessment and start with the Bayesian ratios here. So for the image of Edessa, we had a 40%, generous 40% proven, it fulfills the explanatory power criterion, times 70% that it fulfills the explanatory scope criterion, times 0.5 in terms of prior probability or the intrinsic plausibility of the hypothesis given our background knowledge or evidence. This equals, there's only a 14% probability that the image of Edessa in the Abgar Legend component is proven to fulfill the best explanation inference criteria for the first period between 30 to 500 AD. Utter failure. And this is slightly lower than I thought it would even go. And I was being generous here, but I've always been skeptical of the Abgar Legend and found it to be not good evidence. Even when I was a proponent of the image of Edessa. And before I knew about Jack suggesting Antioch as an alternative and that sort of thing. So yeah, the Abgar Legend is not good evidence, at least based on the evidence from 500 AD or earlier. It is horrible and very, very probably not historically accurate and not historically true. And I'm talking about the Abgar Legend, even in its reduced historical core format. That's what we're evaluating here. I'm not even holding the obviously false legendary secondary details against it in this part with the 14% here. The Image of God Incarnate does pretty good, 80% explanatory power. That was the only one. And then 100% explanatory scope, covers all the facts. And it's perfectly plausible, 100%, given the background knowledge. So there's an 80% probability that it fulfills the best explanation inference criteria. The Shroud Skeptics had a 40% and 100, so their total of 40%. So obviously, just based on the evidence from 500 AD or earlier, it's the best explanation is the Image of God Incarnate, and it's at 14 to 80% to 40% in terms of the three historical hypotheses. But obviously, we have to wait to make our total judgment as to which hypothesis is best, because I can tell you the evidence in favor of the Image of Edessa hypothesis and or God Incarnate and or perhaps the Shroud Skeptics is a lot more plentiful in the 6th century from 501 AD to 1000 AD and beyond than it is in the first 500 years, where it's very scant for all three of the hypotheses that we're evaluating here. So this could drastically change depending on the quality of the evidence from the 6th century AD and after that, right? So don't forget, even with the Image of Edessa and the Abgar Legend, I'm still saying there's a 14% probability that it's maybe true. Maybe somehow it does work, at least with the historical core component. It could be Abgar V was converted to Christianity and he was the first king, and before 50 AD, for one reason or another, either to cause his conversion or as a result, because of his conversion, he was brought the Shroud images as a reward or something like that. Just like Jack thinks King Abgar VIII was brought the Shroud images as a reward for his conversion. Maybe that happened with Abgar V. It's possible. And I would even say it's plausible at this point. Again, if you get rid of those secondary details, the historical core of the Abgar Legend is possible, plausible. Just at the moment, it's not very probable. We'll see if any evidence from future centuries makes a difference and increases the odds of the Image of Edessa. Also, remember those historical hybrids, right? Remember the alternatives here. So maybe what you could say is that the Antioch theory is true, as per Jack Markwardt, but then in 190 AD, the Shroud images were brought to Edessa, just like Jack says, to King Abgar VIII, not the 5th. And then it stayed in Edessa after that and became lost due to the pagan Romans conquering the city. It was hidden, and it wasn't rediscovered until the 6th century. So you can do that hybrid hypothesis, although that hybrid hypothesis struggles with some of the other texts, like the explosion of, in the 4th century, the bearded Jesus mini explosion, understanding Jesus to be portrayed as bearded and long hair. How would you explain that if this is the case? But so that's the only problematic thing. Also, the Athanasius text, if you're convinced by that, it would struggle to explain that in the 4th century. And the Catechism text about the Eucharistic bread being formed as a figure on the sepulchre linens on the altar. It possibly would struggle to explain that. And then, okay, if you don't like that, maybe it was brought in 362 to Edessa during Julian pagans' persecution and taken from Antioch, brought to Edessa, and it was kept there. And for one reason or another, it was hidden in Edessa in the mid 4th century and forgotten about until the 6th century. Or you can just take Jack's total hypothesis and just say, well, it was in Antioch all the way up until 500 AD, and not until 540 was it finally brought to Edessa. And after that, all of the evidence from the 6th century onwards for the Image of Edessa hypothesis is true. So you have those options for potential hybrid hypothesis still available to you. Okay, so overall assessment and finishing off here. The Image of God Incarnate, like I said, yeah, so we have this 14% for the historical core of the Image of Edessa or Abgar Legend, 80% for the image of God incarnate. It's clearly the best explanation so far. And then 40% for the Shroud skeptical hypothesis. I think it struggles in explaining some of the historical facts and texts and data points that we have from this century. So that's it. Thanks for listening and have a great week.